Oh, I didn't even see Mona come in.
Well, good evening, just in time. Good evening, everyone. We're going to start this meeting so we can get it moving and get it done. Welcome to the Pontiac Planning Commission meeting for Wednesday, August 7th of 2024. Please be quiet. Hello, we're starting our meeting. We're starting our meeting. We would like you to be quiet unless you are speaking at public hearing. So again, we are starting our meeting for Wednesday, August 7th, Pontiac Planning Commission meeting, and I'm going to introduce the people we have here in the room with us. We have Corey Christensen, our senior planner. We have Mark Yandrick, who's our planning manager, who's closing the door right now. Just walking in, we have Michael McGinnis, commissioner. We are anticipating Tim Shepard to arrive. Vernita Duvall may also be coming. She might be a little bit late. To my far right is Morgan McAtammy, our city attorney. Next to Morgan is Commissioner Christopher Northcross. Next to Christopher is Commissioner Sue Sinclair. Sam Henley is our vice chair, and I'm Chair Mona Parlov. Are you ready for roll call?
Commissioner McGinnis?
Present.
Commissioner Northcross?
Present.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Present.
Commissioner Henley?
Present.
Commissioner Parlov?
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Any official communications this evening?
And I would like to just express, Commissioner Duvall said they would be running a little late today, so hopefully they'll be here soon. The city has received one official communication from the applicant of 225 Columbia asking to table further. This was tabled last month. They're asking to table further to complete a sound study. Now, I did inform the applicant that really that is Planning Commission's call. You can have the public hearing tonight. You can decide on it. That's really up to Planning Commission. So the applicant is here tonight. I just wanted to share that at the beginning of this meeting, and then we can discuss that when that item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you for that. Any amendments to our agenda?
As with standard practice, staff would like to ask that 9C be moved to after which is the site plan be heard after the special exception for 225 Columbia, which is after 6A. That is the only amendment to the agenda staff requests.
Okay, so why don't we make that subject to our determination of what we're going to do with this special exception public hearing? Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve that modified agenda?
Motion to approve, as noted.
Support.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Commissioner McGinnis?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Henley?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross?
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Parlov?
Yes to approve.
And Chair, if I could just ask the public, there's only a few people that have signed in, so if you're looking to speak tonight, please sign in to the sign-in sheet. That helps us know your name, correct spelling, things like that. So it's at the back of the room on the black table. If you get a chance this evening, please sign in, and the agendas are also back there for what Planning Commission is reviewing this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to welcome Tim Shepard, another one of our commissioners. Any minutes now for review? We have July 10th and July 24th. Michael, do you have any items to amend to our minutes?
Not at this time, but I'll continue to scan.
Thank you. How about for you, Tim?
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. Christopher, anything on the minutes?
No changes.
Thank you. Sue?
No changes.
And Tim? I'm sorry, Sam.
No
You guys better
changes.
switch chairs because I keep calling you the wrong name. No changes, nor do I. So I am,
Madam Chair,
yes, please.
I don't want to presuppose if it is correct, but my understanding is that under public comment, section 7 on page 7 of 11, Patricia Tossey spells her last name Tossey, I believe. And Sabrina Garden, I believe, spells it Garten instead of Garden as identified. I am going off of my understanding of their names over the years.
Could you repeat that last one for me?
Yes, so that it states that a member of the public, Sabrina Garden, at the bottom. My understanding is that she spells her last name Garten, and maybe that can be verified. And then Patricia Tossey spells it Tossey. Mr. Fry is referenced as giving a public comment. It spells it Fry. I'm not sure if there's an E at the end or not. There is an E at the end? All right, sounds like from the public, we do hear that Fry spells Fry with an E, Frye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we need a motion to approve the minutes as noted.
So moved.
Support.
Thank you. Roll call.
Commissioner McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Henley,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Sinclair,
Yes to approve.
Commissioner Northcross,
Yes to approve with the noted changes.
Commissioner Parlow.
Yes to approve. All right, now we are going to open up our public hearings. The first one, which is about this letter that we were just looking at here on the dais, it's the application SEP 24-007 JADC Ventures. It's a special exception permit for heavy manufacturing, the use of a concrete crusher at 225 East Columbia Avenue. The petitioner is asking to table this request, so shall we have the petitioner come to the microphone and share your thoughts with us before we make a decision here? Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll need to turn the microphone on. It's the little person that looks like they would be talking on the right. There you go. Thank you.
Good evening, Mario Vano, JADC Enterprises, 225 East Columbia, Pontiac.
Thank you.
I'm here requesting to table our request at this time, pending some new evidence and sound study that we would like to submit to the Planning Commission before we submit our site plan.
Okay. So it sounds like you had done a sound study, but you're doing another sound study. Is that right?
We had a previous sound study from internal source on the third-party crushing operation, which is more or less us saying, this is what it sounds like. We have contracted with NTH, which is an environmental, I'm sure you guys are familiar possibly with them, which is an environmental engineering firm, to come out and do an independent study on our location and similar operation to submit to you guys actual sound readings
Okay.
that are recent.
And when do they anticipate their results will be back to you?
We should have those results here within the next week.
Okay. All right. I'm going to start with Mr. McGinnis. Do you have any questions?
Well, so we have three elements, three sections here, really. There's the public hearing, then there is the consideration of a special exception request, and then there's the consideration of the site plan. I think it's appropriate to hold the public hearing at bare minimum because it was properly cited and noticed, so that way the community can offer their feedback. And of course, the commission can still deliberate and wish to postpone until the next meeting before it renders a final decision. But I think it's important, if the neighbors were notified that this was their opportunity to be heard, that we at least take that feedback rather than kicking the can on the public hearing portion. I am potentially open. We don't have to decide that now, but as we're going through, we can do an initial review of the special exception request and see if that would materially change our determination. I would be open to continuing to deliberate that onto the next meeting, but I think it's really important that the public hearing portion be held, because was the signs signed and the letters lettered? Correct. Okay, so everyone was notified per our ordinance to get notification out there. I want to make sure that the residents of Pontiac can be heard at that opportunity.
Very good. Anything from you, Tim?
No, I'm with Mike on that one, though.
Okay.
I think the hearing would be great.
Sounds good. Christopher, any thoughts at the moment?
I agree with Mike. If the residents have made the journey, let's hear them out, and if we need to, table it later on.
Thank you. Sue?
Same. I agree with Commissioner McGinnis.
Very good, thank you. And Sam?
I also agree with Commissioner McGinnis, but I will also add that at best, this new sound study will only confirm what they're saying, and at worst, it'll make their position in this matter worse. I don't really see any material evidence to delay it further.
Okay. Thank you for that. And before we start public hearing, because it looks like that's how the commissioners would choose to proceed, I pivot to our attorney. Is there anything you'd like to add for us at the moment?
Because this was properly noticed in accordance with both our zoning ordinance and the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, it's perfectly appropriate for us to hold our public hearing tonight. So I do not have any legal basis to deny that request.
Thank you very much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to ask our petitioner to take us.
Can we have a staff presentation first?
Do you want to go ahead and do that?
It would be appropriate, just to really set the tone about what the proposal is, and I think just provide that information to the commission and to the public.
Okay, very good. Please proceed.
All right, so this is case SCP 24-007. It is a special exception request at 225 East Columbia Avenue. In our ordinance, it's a special exception for heavy manufacturing, but specifically under that category, it's for a concrete crusher. The site is developed and contains one building, material storage, and parking, all of which was approved by the Planning Commission in 2015. And staff is recommending denial due to the impacts on adjacent residential properties. If, however, the Planning Commission decides to approve the request, staff recommends 4 conditions. As background, the site has been utilized for outdoor storage since it was approved for that use in 2015. The applicant is now requesting permission to use the site for crushing concrete. The crusher is about 20 feet tall and is not visible from the right-of-way. The applicant is proposing an increase in buffer vegetation to protect nearby residents from negative off-site impacts. The existing building on site is 13,000 square feet, and there is a large parking area to the east. The applicant is proposing to place the concrete crusher in the center of the site, where it will sit 320 feet from the north, 680 feet from the west, 1,060 from the east, and 900 from the south lot line. And you can see it in this is the site plan right here. So that's where they're proposing to place it. This is an aerial showing the site as it exists currently. Concrete crusher is proposed in roughly the center. There's nearby residences. Sorry. So there's plenty of single-family homes located here, to the west here, and then to the north here. This is where it sits within the zoning map. You can see it's part of a large string of M2 parcels, but there are significant R1, that's the yellow, located right abutting it. This is street view looking north from East Columbia Avenue. This is just showing you what you would see from the road. They're not proposing any changes to the view because the concrete crusher is not visible from the right-of-way. These are the standards for approval. The proposed use shall be harmonious with the City of Pontiac Master Plan. The proposed use and appearance of the site shall be harmonious with the existing and intended character of the general vicinity. The proposed use shall not change the essential character of the area or adversely affect the development of the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed use shall not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future uses in the same general vicinity and will be a substantial improvement to the community as a whole. Be served adequately by essential public facilities and services, not involve uses, activities, processes, materials, and equipment or conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person, property, or general welfare, and maintain all proposed structures, equipment, or materials in a readily accessible manner for police and fire protection. In staff's analysis, the concrete crusher as proposed will not be visible from the right-of-way or neighboring properties. The primary concern is with noise and airborne pollutants. The west property line is 680 feet from the concrete crusher, and the applicant's own reading suggests that at this range, the crush will be between 56.8 and 58.2 decibels. The applicant has provided supplemental documents which indicate the stored raw materials on site will buffer the noise enough so that it will be within acceptable range at the property line. However, in staff's opinion, there is no guarantee materials will be stored at the same amount or location, and this is not a permanent enough noise buffer to adequately protect the neighborhood. The proposed use may pose a risk to future development in the residential neighborhoods if the noise concerns are not addressed. The proposed use will not be a burden on essential public facilities and services, and the site plans have been reviewed and approved by the fire department. The site and structures on it will be readily accessible. And with that, staff's recommendation is denial due to noncompliance with standards 2, 3, 4, and 6. However, if the Planning Commission were to approve this, we recommend the following conditions. 1, all conditions of the associated site plan review are honored. 2, the concrete crushing operation will comply with the noise limitations found in the zoning ordinance. 3, a type C option 1 buffer with a 6 to 8 foot masonry wall will replace the screen fence on the entirety of the north property line and along the entirety of the south property line, nearby to residential neighborhoods to the southeast and southwest of the subject site, excluding within any utility easement. And lastly, 1 street tree for every 35 feet of frontage. And here are sample motions.
So Corey, thank you for that report. I did want to provide some background. So, and this was mentioned last month, but I do want to repeat for everyone that's here tonight. In 2015, if I have the year correct, this operation for natural material storage got approved by Planning Commission. As part of that public hearing, the staff planner at the time asked the applicant, do you understand the concrete crusher is not part of this approval? The applicant replied in an affirmative, yes, I understand that. Apparently, over the years, the concrete crusher was used not just for 1 or 2 days. It's been used on a regular basis. We do not know the exact time frame, but there was a cease and desist order placed on the property earlier this year. So while they can operate the business with the natural materials, they cannot be operating the concrete crusher. That's been approximately 2 to 3 months. And so they cannot until they get an approval, and this does require a special exception approval. We've had discussions with the applicant about the type C buffer if this were to be approved. Their desire, and I'll let the applicant speak to this as part of this hearing, is that they're not in favor of having the 6 to 8 foot masonry wall. It's going to be a large wall, but they expressed to staff their concern that they wanted to use how they operate the materials. They wanted to have stockpiles around the concrete crusher that would prevent the kind of the noise, the dust from moving around. Staff's concern with that, however, is that that's really unregulated. It's unmanageable. It's not, while they may be doing that, it's very difficult to really enforce that, these pollutants are not being, done, mitigate, or the pollutants are not being actually maintained on site and not permeating off the site. So really, but I will leave that up to the applicant if he wants to provide any narrative along with those conversations and this application overall. So.
Okay, thank you for that background. That's very interesting information. Let's do our traditional process here. Mike, do you have questions for our applicant? Go ahead.
None at this point before the public hearing.
Okay. Tim, anything for our applicant?
I don't need to say anything.
Okay, thank you. Christopher, do you have questions?
None at this point.
All right, Sue?
Not at this time.
All right, and Sam?
I'll wait till after public hearing.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to wait as well because I'm curious to hear what our neighbors have to say since this has been a situation that I was not aware of.
Can we get the applicant an opportunity to at least address planning commission? Because they've only really addressed the tabling, and I think, they're really the applicant here, and they should have an opportunity to address planning commission before the public hearing.
Of course, please.
Okay.
Sam, go ahead. Mario, right?
Mario.
Mark, thank you.
Yes, in our request to table this at this time, obviously we're here and we're welcoming to hear from the public as well. I do want to make it clear that there has been code enforcement that has stopped by to confirm that there has not been any concrete crushing going on site. There is absolutely no concrete crushing going on site.
Hold on 1 second, please.
The equipment was
Wait,
removed.
please. Can you hold on for 1 second?
Yes.
We need to have quiet while people are in the audience. There is going to be an opportunity for you to speak publicly. While this meeting is being conducted, you cannot be talking from your seats. Please, it's disruptive, and we will have to stop the meeting, and we don't want to do that. So please hold your comments until public comment. Thank you. Please proceed.
The equipment was removed, and a code enforcement officer did stop by, I believe, a couple weeks ago, to inspect the site and verify that there was no concrete crushing going on and that the equipment was removed. And he confirmed that, and there was no other issues from there. Once again, with the request to table this, we would like to provide some additional evidence and gain a little more clarification on some of the ordinance specifics and also some of our plans along with the sound study. I don't really have anything more to present on that at this time, but we would like to formally present that at a later date.
Thank you for that additional information. All right. Do we have what we need from back here? Mark, may I go ahead and open public hearing? Yep. Okay. All right, so I'm going to open public hearing, and when we do this, everyone has 3 minutes to state their thoughts. Once you're done stating your thoughts, you'll need to sit down and you'll need to remain quiet in your seat, please. If there are questions, we'll collect the questions that you have and we'll address them after we close public hearing as best we can. So we'll need you to state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. And again, please, when you return to your seats, do not continue to have conversations. We'll move this meeting forward. So I'm opening public hearing now.
I'm Steve Pope. I live at 316 East Princeton. He said something about building a wall. A wall isn't going to do nothing. The mountain of concrete is 50 foot tall. They got a road that they go up and they dump it. It's 50 foot tall. Or 40. This morning, I went outside before 7. They're slamming tailgates before 7. And they do it all night long. And that creates dust. And they do nothing for the dust. And I've seen it so dusty before, it blocked out the sun. The whole neighborhood got dark. And the next day, I went out and looked at my car. There's dust everywhere. That's how bad it is. And my good neighbor that lives across the street, he got one of those Pontiac Pride signs for his yard. He's always working on the whole neighborhood around there. He's filled up his dump trucks with trash and picks up the trash in people's yards. He spent a lot of money. He has his workers go around, clean up the neighborhood, but now he's moving. He's bought a house because of the dust. He doesn't want his daughter inhaling dust. And it's bad. It's not good. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
You go right ahead.
My name is Patricia Tossi, and I live at 114 East Princeton. I don't have anything written down this time. I just want to say I'm not in favor of any crushing. The noise is so disturbing, the screeching, the pounding. There's like crashing sounds and the dust. I don't think that this belongs in our residential neighborhood. It's upsetting the neighbors. I wish we had more representation here tonight, but we have what we have. And I would like my voice to be heard, to know that I personally don't like being awakened by screeching and pounding and crashing sounds. I think that's an eyesore over there. I don't think, it doesn't matter what kind of berm they put up, it's not going to stop us from being disturbed. It disturbs my peace. Now, I have to say that recently I haven't heard it in the middle of the night. But that doesn't mean it hasn't been going on. It just means I haven't personally heard it. But very early in the morning, yeah, before I'm ready to get up, there's that noise. I don't like it. And I wish that we didn't even have that in our neighborhood. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dana Pope. I live at 316 East Princeton. The gentleman from the company mentioned that someone from dust control or one of the organizations came by within the last 2 weeks and determined that there was no crusher there and saw to it that whatever they were doing wasn't happening. There's been no interruption in the sound or the dust, the jackhammers. There's been no interruption in that. And if you let them table it for another 30 days, that's just another 30 days of profit they're going to get. The 30 days they already had. They just had 30 days to get their act together and come out and give us information. There's no new information. The noise and the dust is unacceptable. It's at such a high level, especially with all of these super hot days we've had. You cannot go outside. I usually enjoy and love my riding lawnmower and my lawn, and I can't go out there. I can't breathe. So I'm just saying there's been no change, and I don't know where that came from. Oh, and the dust control fella that we calls and have spoken to for a couple years was, like my husband said, out of town, and the lady that took the message and said, you know, I'll try to take care of it myself for you, and I wish I knew her name, but I don't, said, well, let me look up his notes that he has left. And she said he hasn't been there since 2022 was the last time he was there and wrote a report of any sort and left any notes in the computer. So all of these times when we've been calling him and begging for some help and please do something, and he would tell me, I'm on the road, I'm not far from there, so I'll go right over there right now and check on it and make sure. Nothing had happened. He didn't. And he never left any information to the fact that he did. His name was Robert. I don't remember hers, but that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my name's Jack King. I live at 301 4th, right across the street from this business that he said they're not running. Bull. You know, we deal with the fallout from that dust every day. It covers our cars, our homes, our air conditioners, and I think that dust is what burned out my one air conditioner. You can't open a window without having that dust blow all through your home. And my brother here, he has leukemia, and he can't open his window and let fresh air in because it's right at the back of my house. The back of my house is covered in that silicon dust that's coming over, and whatever other pollutants is in with that dust from construction sites that they're bringing into here to crush up. We're getting the effects of that. You know, we like she said, you go out and mow your yard and stuff. We're taking that stuff into our lungs. And I got a big yard, and I get out there on my mower. My throat gets really dry, cracky, and itchy, and I'm coughing, and heck, my eyes are burning, my everything. And it's you know, they're making big money from that site, and they got little regard for the health of anybody around that place. They could put up a 100-foot wall around that place, and we'd still get hit with dust coming from that. There's no way they can control that. The wind does. And they say they're not operating. That's bull. That's bull. Like I said, I live right across the street from it, and I see what's going on there every day. And these people are at ground zero. They're right next to it. And that's about all I can think. You know, like I said, they're illegally crushing that stuff, and we're getting the pollutants from all the concrete and cement that's being kicked up into the air, and we're getting it into our lungs. And they got little regard for our health, but all the regards in the world for making their money.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Lonnie Fry. I live at 1338 Highwood Boulevard in Pontiac. This is basically my backyard. Everything that these people say is absolutely 100% true. I've been on the telephone recently with some attorneys. They said, yes, I do have a lawsuit. If the city approves this, they may be held liable as well, because the materials that are being brought in there come off of the roadways and the expressways, and according to federal law, section 902.4 of the federal law states that any and all materials that come off of the expressway has to be handled in a hazmat dump facility. Now, this is supposed to be a business for foundry use. That's what the property was set forth for, industrial type use. And this is just a dump right behind my house that should have never been allowed to start with. I was here in 2015. I stood opposed to everything that went on, saying, no, do not approve this business. But yet hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of telephone calls have come into the building department. The EPA has gone all the way to the State Department, and nobody has shut this business down in accordance to federal law. That's all I have to say. I want it stopped. I want it removed from my backyard.
Thank you very much. All right, it looks like we have had our audience come to the podium who wanted to speak, so I'm going to close public hearing. I have a question for staff and also possibly for our attorney. For the approval of what they were given in 2015 to do, what was that they were allowed to do?
So really it was the establishment of a site. So they got a site plan approval along with that special exception, and that was, again, to store natural materials. So that's bringing trucks in, having piles, what they're usually called spoils, for the site. That really was what that approval was for.
Okay. So I'm anticipating it should be a quieter operation to just store?
Correct.
Okay.
Because concrete crushing and falls into a different category within Table 2 of our zoning code, because you're actually doing actual industrial work there to break up that stone, which is a lot different than just bringing it in and storing it.
Okay. All right. So possibly to remove the items from the truck to store it, that might cause some sound when it's being taken off the truck. But other than that, it should be a pretty quiet environment there.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Michael, questions?
Would it be appropriate to ask questions of the applicant at this point?
Sure. Please
So,
come back up, Mario.
If representatives are willing.
Yep.
And I'll try and be brief for everyone's sake.
And you'll need to turn the microphone back on.
Oh, it looks like it's on.
Is it? Okay.
My name's Irvin Rupersberg. I'm also with JADC, 225 East Columbia.
Thank you.
To try to answer some of your questions.
Sure. Thank you very much for being here tonight. So this was before us last month, and it was tabled to this evening. Is 225 East Columbia, looks like it's 47.5 acres approximately. Is that your understanding in that vicinity?
Roughly.
And does that include a structure, or is it just like the yard? What we saw in the aerial looks like there's an open yard, but there is
There is a structure. There is a trucking facility.
And that structure is part of your ownership as well, part of the
Yes,
overall?
that was part of the approval in 2015 when we built that building.
So share for us, what are you using the facility for? Is it sort of a hybrid, some stored inside, some storing externally, or what's the operation?
This is a trucking operation, gravel truck operation. And so the building's used for drivers, mechanics, technicians. In the front part of the building, the back part of the building is a garage to work on the trucks.
Okay. And is the ownership of the site with your firm dating back to 2015 approximately, or did you own it long ago and you just were evolving how you were utilizing it?
No, we just had bought it prior to that. I don't know the exact date, but 14 or 15.
Okay. And so it's been the same ownership. There hasn't been any. Has there been any change in the ownership stake, or were either of you gentlemen here when it was 10 years ago for that special exception request? And
I wasn't here for the meeting.
Okay.
I've been with the company that long, but the company name hasn't changed.
how many other locations do you have in Michigan? Is this your primary site, or are there other sites? I know my understanding, based on how much I see the name around, that it's a bit of an operation, but is this your only site?
No, we have 4 facilities.
Okay. And this is your only Pontiac facility?
Correct.
Okay. And so we can see that there's close proximity to neighborhood residents to certain parts of the site. Have there been enhancements or screening or other work that you have done to try and mitigate the impact to the neighborhood, which obviously can be visual, could be noise, could be, just aesthetics, debris?
So part of the site plan approval last time, we had to put some privacy fencing up in some areas. We had to put a berm up with some trees on some other areas. We always feel that putting a berm up and more trees is better. So I think we initiated our site plan with some additional vegetation or trees to help with noise or dust or whatever the concerns was of blocking some views. But I know that we had some photographs taken where you couldn't even see the crushing plant when it was there at that time.
How did it get there?
What's that?
How did it get there?
The portable crusher? It's portable, so they just trailer it in and out. It comes in a couple months a year, that's it.
And it had been going on and off for years, or?
Yes.
Okay. Duly noted. And your pursuit is that for your operation of business, you need to have this, is it a portable crusher that you envision a few months out of the year, or are you looking to have a permanent concrete crusher, that this special exception would give you year-round? Can you share with us how that impacts your business model?
We were only looking for a portable. We don't own it. A third party owns it, and they come in for a couple months at a time. They leave. They cannot crush during the winter because they use water to spray on the material as they crush it to eliminate the dust. So all the winter months are off. So typically they'll come in for 2 or 3 months throughout the summer, not a designated time, not June and July, but it could be any one of the nicer months while it's warmer out to be able to crush the product.
Okay.
And they'll come in one time a year, crush the product. They'll use it on the projects locally around town, and we have 3 projects that are trying to be supplied with that in Oakland County right now: Gulf and Bagley, Silver Bell and Brown, and I-75 in Oakland County.
Yeah, help us understand that. So when there's a road construction project, what's the element, what's happening with this site and location? So you're
So the
referencing
concrete would be brought to us. We would crush it into an aggregate product that they would put back on the road.
Okay, so existing road sections and larger hunks of the roadway are transported to this location. You're contending that you need to crush, it's part of your business operation that it would be crushed or ground down, and that would be repurposed or recycled for other road byproduct or?
Road products is an aggregate base for the roads for MDOT and for local communities.
And if there isn't the crushing element, it's mainly just storage? Is it coming in, coming out? What's the frequency of that? What's going on with the current operation that's not pending with the request tonight?
Yeah, there is not a con crusher on site right now. Like you said, it's a portable. They removed it. So all we're doing is bringing material in and out. We bring sand, stone, pea stone, topsoil, and we're bringing raw concrete in to crush.
How many employees are on site for that location? It could be a ballpark, but
60.
Okay, about 60 employees, and the shifts are in varying. What's your hours of operation there?
Mainly, we run one main shift, and I believe it's from, call it, let's say 6 to 6. Then our technicians, our mechanics will work on the trucks at night.
And what security issues have arisen, if any, or security measures that you have? Anyone busting down the doors to get your broken up concrete?
No.
Okay, I just want to know sort of the impact.
It's completely fenced in with barbed wire, and the gates are locked when nobody's there.
Okay, so you haven't had, just in terms of community safety, you have not had major safety incidents?
Nope, nobody has wandered in, nobody has broken
Impacting
in.
equipment or anything?
Nope.
Okay, that's helpful to know. All right, the rest of my questions are for staff, but if there are others that want to ask the applicant now, maybe that's more efficient, but I'll defer to you, Madam Chair.
Sure, we can go ahead and ask questions of applicant. Go ahead, Tim.
Just a quick question, but where does most of the dust come from? Like, is it from the trucks that are dropping debris? And this is a random, I don't know how you want to answer it, but the crusher, is that the producer of the dust?
The crusher is not.
Or is it day-to-day, everything that's on that lot is blowing around?
So we have a dust control prevention plan with the EPA, with Eagle. And they come in, they monitor it. We have a water tank on site, water truck on site, broom on site to keep the site clean. But as the trucks come in, they bring in dirt with them. So it's a continued effort on our end to keep it clean. But when the concrete crusher comes in, they actually have to spray water on their product. They have to supply their air quality permit to Eagle and tell them where they are at, and it follows that crusher. That permit follows that particular crusher if he's in Pontiac today or Trenton tomorrow. So then they have to notify where they are set up and what they're doing.
So where is the dust coming from? I mean, you just heard it. Like,
Yeah,
it's not made up. I mean, there's real
No,
dust
I'm
happening.
sure there's dust in there, and I'm sure it's
So is
mainly the
that-
trucks trafficking it in and out. When
You're
they
already
bring,
approved, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but in 2015, you were approved to do everything but the crusher?
correct,
Is that right?
correct.
And you've done everything to minimize the dust? I mean, but we're hearing here that it's all over the place. So how does the DEQ or Eagle or whatever it is now, how does that work? How did they let that happen?
Like I said, we have a prevention plan in place, and we work on it every day. I'm sure there's days that there's dust. I'm not going to tell anybody that there's
I get
not.
that.
It's going to happen, you know. But we bring in topsoil, and it's, like he said, spoils and stuff like that. And when it dries out and the wind blows, it creates dust. So we have to spray those piles. We have a large machine that has I call it a cannon on it, that we can spray piles. So when it does get too dry out, too windy out, we try to go spray the piles to minimize the dust.
And who enforces that? Like, is that, if Eagle comes out and sees you not doing that, I mean?
Correct. And then we have a prevention plan and a log that we, maintain to say every day what day we water it, how many times we water it, and things like that.
And when you bring the trucks in, so some of the complaints that we've heard, it's like the slamming of the gravel haulers or whatever you've got that you're using. Is there a time of the day that you limit that to? Like, I mean, could it be 5 in the morning?
Typically, vehicles will bring in material. Normally, material doesn't come in to the site until 7, 8 o'clock.
Right.
I mean, because the trucks would have to leave to go get it, and they would have to bring it back. And then when they put it in their stockpiles, they're dumping their stockpiles out. When they pull ahead, the tailgate slams.
So there's no, I mean, look, we're not here to discuss what you're approved on because that's not what we're supposed to be doing. I mean, there's legal consequences to that. But how do you minimize some of the stuff that you're already approved for just to be a good neighbor? I mean, I know you may follow all the letter of the law, but if you were the neighbor, you'd probably want to have somebody figuring out how to minimize some of that.
No, I would agree with that. The possibilities are, like you said, maybe creating a taller berm. I know it won't minimize the site of it because the piles are taller than a berm, but I think we had added some trees to our site plan to try
I've heard
to.
anyone say that it's unsightly as much as it's the dust and the noise. So, look, you could take two ways to look at this. One, you could say, well, we were approved for that, so it is what it is. But you've got.
And we're not trying to do that. We're not trying to be.
No, I know.
We're not trying to be
Look,
bad neighbors by no means.
You've been great so far, so I'm not driving this home by any point. But how do you kind of make everybody happy? How do you make your business work and then not have people, because it's not one person that said this, so I don't live there.
And we may have some concern, some things in our organization that we might have to work on. I'm not going to disagree with that. But before this last meeting and finding out that there was some noise complaints, we requested the complaint log. There never was a noise complaint that we were aware of or made aware of, and really no dust complaints to be noted or notified.
That you've seen, right?
Correct.
Because we've
So,
heard that that's not necessarily
hearing
back to you.
the residents say that there's more dust than not, we're definitely going to manage it and mitigate that to
And how do you
minimal.
make the residents feel comfortable? Because, I mean, I can't imagine, I'm not speaking for the board, but I can't imagine us approving a crusher that's going to cause more to this. But it sounds like the crusher's only been there a little bit, so that's not necessarily the cause of all the problems.
Correct.
So, and how is that, because it's not an enforcement issue, because you're complying from what you're telling me. But
But if there are
doesn't
dust,
work
if there
you're a
are dust
resident.
issues to that extent, we have to look at that.
So maybe that, and I'm not speaking for the board, but maybe that becomes a condition that is enforceable. That if you use this saying, look, I don't know how noisy it is, you haven't done your noise study for us, but maybe that's the way to have some teeth on this end instead of you saying.
Yeah, and when the
saying we're
concrete
gonna-
crusher is at this facility, it literally sprays water on it the whole time it's running.
And how loud is that machine? Like if you're decibels, if you're 50 feet away, like,
I don't know what the initial studies were done, but
just guess, and we're not.
I mean, the generator is probably the loudest thing, but I mean, I don't think it's any louder than the trucks. But I don't want to speak on behalf of NTH, so I want to have their information to give you guys to review so that we're all understanding the same
I
thing.
appreciate you trying to make the best answer. So that's all I have for now. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I ask, Corey, can you put the aerial up again for us for reference? That would help. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, Christopher, I know you've got questions. Please proceed.
Well, thank you. Thank you. A lot of the questions that I was going to ask have already been asked. I guess in terms of the dust, you do have a control plan. Are there any quantitative measurements that you're making, your company makes on a regular basis to just say how good they are and whether or not they're staying within the limits that Eagle sets out? Are you doing that on like maybe a daily basis, a weekly basis? And
So we have a manager at that facility, Mark Perrick, and he is the one who deals with Eagle on a regular basis, or I don't know how often they talk, but he assures them what we're doing, and he makes sure the guys in the yard are doing that on a daily basis. We may have to look at it to adjust, that they may have to increase those times or something to accommodate some more watering or something like that if the dust is that extensive.
yeah, I'm thinking a lot of times with, as one builds up a log of measurements, there's one understanding of when things go high and maybe potentially get out of range, and then what needs to be done to bring them back in range. Of course, all of this has to be really compared to the experience of, shall we say, our customers or the people around them, so that, and I guess, we're working with Eagle that has set some limits that are supposedly at that point where it's safe. But it would be good to kind of have that feel of what's going on in your operation, what the conditions are. Maybe there's some times where there's certain winds that come up, or as one person I think noted, extended times of very dry, hot conditions. Because I think that's important. Also, the hours from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
I'm just giving you guys a range of what I think they're operating there, so I don't want to.
I know in terms of construction ordinances, we would say, hey, don't start, I believe it is 8 a.m., I believe it is, for certain construction activities. I think there's something in our zoning ordinance about that.
I'm sure there's hours of operation in our original site plan, but I just don't have that.
And the items coming into your yard, what's coming into your yard to be trucked out of the yard?
So like I said earlier, sand, stone, different types of aggregate pea stone, topsoil, and concrete.
Okay. Are there any pieces of concrete coming in that have been removed from roadways and things?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay. Well, it would be, I guess, I know in the past few years with the increase in code enforcement within the city, many complaints from residents are now being acted upon. And some of the businesses were saying, yeah, we hadn't heard anything. And I could see how that could happen because the loop of the complaint going into the city and then action being taken by the city, my impression was not always the most responsive and the most reliable. But that's not to say that the complaints of the residents weren't real and very real. So now I think we are starting to see a little more responsiveness. It would be great to know where you are today in your current operation, especially in terms of dust and noise. I'm thinking your noise study that you're conducting, is that aimed just at the noise source of the concrete crusher and how that noise propagates to the surrounding areas? Or it is a general study of noise within your operation in total and how that's heard at the lot line?
The study was done on three parts, on the exact same crusher that was there, but at a different facility because it wasn't crushing at our location. Our area of operation on what we do there today, and then the surrounding areas to where the residents are, to trucks passing by, to airplanes flying over, the whole package is being documented for you guys. It's supposed to be ready by the end of this week, first of next week, and then we'll get that to you, share that with you and us.
And I thank you for doing that. I mean, a lot of
It
folks,
seemed to be one of the big
there's
concerns,
some companies that would just dig in their heels and say, I ain't doing nothing, I don't have to, I'm not doing anything. So I thank you for doing that. And it helps us to understand better, things that we should do in the future and shouldn't do in the future. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Sue, go ahead.
Most of my questions have been answered. I do have a question regarding your sound study. If I'm not mistaken, did you just say that the sound study was based on the concrete crusher at a different location?
Correct. We were the same exact concrete crusher that we were using. Of course, we could not do the sound study at our location because it's not allowed. So we had to do it at the neighboring location, which was Bald Mountain, Ajax up in Lake Orion. So we did the same thing. We had the test done with stockpiles in the way and stockpiles not in the way, so that you guys had both readings, and then the different distances out away from it. And then we did the noise study as well on site.
Okay.
I mean, we'll be more than willing to do a noise study with the crusher on site crushing, but I don't think that'll be allowed.
Right, I understand that. Just based on what you just said, there's so many different variables. Sound studies are, we've found with another site where sound was an issue, very difficult to determine the actual decibels. And the fact that it's being done at another site, we can't really say that these piles are the same exact distance away. There's so many different variables in there, so it gives me a little pause of concern regarding the sound study. Also, Commissioner McGinnis asked about the hours of operation, and you said 6 to 6, and then the guys work at night on the trucks. But in your project narrative, it states, to additionally minimize any perceived impact to adjacent properties, hours of operation to occur from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Saturday.
Like I stated, I didn't have the information in front of me. I said I think it was 6 to 6. I don't think our operation, the loaders, of the crushers and stuff like that run until 7, but the trucks, I believe, leave around 6 o'clock.
Correct.
And I don't know what our hours of operation say in our site plan.
So some of the operations that you say go on at your site are loading the trucks with pea gravel and sand and whatnot. So when you're loading those, that's generating a lot of dust. Are you doing anything during that process to minimize the dust that is being, that's coming up when you're doing that, when you're loading a truck? Are you doing anything at that moment to mitigate the dust?
So in our aggregate piles, where we have separate bins of certain types of materials, they're typically sprinkled when it's dry out. In the large stockpiles that the crusher makes, or the topsoil screener makes, like I said earlier, we have it's actually called a Cat 615. It has a cannon on it, and we spray the piles.
So when you spray the piles, generally it's just the top surface that's getting wet. So when you're loading it onto the truck, a good majority of it probably is not damp, wet, whatever you want to call it.
I don't have any readings to give you today, but it's generally not dusty when they're loading the truck.
The trucks that are traveling on your site right now, have you done anything to improve dust control with regard to the semis on that site? It's a large site, 40-some acres.
Like I said, on the east side, I'm going to call it the southeast corner of the building, there is a large 10,000-gallon water tank now. And there is a on-road truck that holds 2,000 gallons of water, and it drives around the path that the trucks take and waters the road. And they also have a broom and a vac truck there to pick up the material on an on-site basis. And then they have a third party come in off-site twice a week to actually physically do even a better job.
Okay, those are my questions at this time.
Thank you, Sue. Sure.
Just a quick question. Thank you for everything you've described. Does your staff wear masks like when they're working on the site?
No.
Is that something it's not common at all? So
No.
it's not required or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sam.
No, it's really hard to follow up the thoroughness of the rest of my fellow commissioners, but my question's more of a clarification question for staff. And I've heard it both ways tonight, but I just want to make sure. Is it the concrete crusher itself that's under review, or the physical act of crushing concrete that's prohibited?
So the special exception is for the use of the site, so it would be for the actual act of crushing.
Actual act of crushing. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Which includes the concrete crusher, yeah.
Right, but that's saying they also can't have a team of 30 people with jackhammers come in and start going at a pile of concrete.
And that would be a similar use that would still need to.
Microphone.
Thank you. And that is a great point. So in order to have 30 jackhammers, you would need the same special exception for this process.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have to add.
Did you have another question? Thank you, Sam. I am trying to understand from what has been said from our residents and then what you've shared with us for the operation of the business, at least since 2015, that there's been a lot of dust that's been created. It hasn't just happened in this last year. And you have shared with us that as your business, you weren't concrete crushing, but then you said that sometimes you were. Am I remembering correctly what you said?
So we did, yeah, so in 2015, we did not put a permanent crusher up like that was originally planned for.
Okay.
So a few years later, we brought a portable in to crush, and we just crushed for a couple months of the year, and they hook it up to the truck and trailer it away.
Okay, all right. So it's been going on probably, I'm going to guess, 2018, 2016, maybe? As long ago as that?
I'd have to find out for you, but yeah,
Okay,
5-6 years.
Okay, it's been a few years now. Where I remember when Dan's came in front of us, when Christopher and I were on the Planning Commission some years ago, but I don't remember this particular item being up for discussion, at least when I was on the commission. But I know that Dan's has several mastheads that they operate under. Is that correct?
Dan's Excavating?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they operate under Dan's. JADC has several operations.
Okay. So with this is JDC?
JADC, Danny's Transport, Danny's Aggregate.
Okay, so this is not Dan's business? No. Okay. So if you were not crushing at this location as JDC, where would you be crushing next? Where was the location that you were talking about crushing taking place? Was it at Ajax's property?
Ajax had rented that same third-party company to crush at their facility, and we called them to ask them if we could do a sound study, and they approved it.
Okay. Do you have any other locations that you can crush concrete at?
I don't store materials at any other really location. South Rockwood is just a trucking facility because it has a limestone quarry right across the street, so there's no reason for us to have supplies. Our northern operation up by Port Huron is in a sand pit, so that sand pit gets the permits to do their own operation, screening and crushing.
Okay. So those are the only other two locations for the business?
No, and then Milford is our fourth location, which we just moved into.
Okay. And can you crush there?
We haven't tried. There's no material there.
Okay. All right. I'm feeling for our neighbors, and I want to try and understand what's the best way to deal with what they are having issues with. And I understand what you're trying to accomplish with your request of trying to facilitate your business. And part of me is wondering if it should be a step-by-step basis. If there's no more concrete crushing going on, should this be, and I turn to staff to say this is something that we could do in steps to see what happens if there really isn't any concrete crushing going on, to then revisit this in the future, or to our attorney. Almost like baby stepping this to see how we do without concrete crushing going on. And if it's still an issue, it doesn't matter about the noise study for the crusher. Does that make sense?
Let me make sure I understand. So we have an application to have a concrete crusher. And so really that decision is before Planning Commission this evening. And I think you have as long as it follows the standards of approval, you can issue a decision in a timely manner, you know. But the question is step-by-step manner. Are you wanting to pilot this, or what is your?
Well, if we said we're going to say no to the crusher, hypothetical, we say no to the crusher, and we see what's happening. If we say no to the crusher, they can't ever get a crusher, or is there a time limit on the?
Not necessarily.
Request.
They can reapply after 180 days.
Okay, thank you for that. So my thought is, if we said no to the crusher, and then let's see what's happening with the residents and how this business is impacting the control of the dust and the noise, and then we revisit the crusher once we've had a chance to have this settle in for how they're maintaining their business with the residents now, having spoken to them, but they know that residents have said what they've said, and the residents know that this business has heard their complaints. That's my thought, and I'm trying to understand. Go ahead, Mike.
Even if there was no neighborhood complaint, I would still be a no to this special exception request because of the proximity of residential zoning next to this manufacturing, the request for a concrete crusher. I just think that is too extreme for standards 2, 3, 4, and 6. And I could probably make the case for a few others, but on those standards, and that's not the fault of the applicant, and it's not the fault of the residents. We are dealing with the remainder of railroads being the major conduit for manufacturing and industrial operations. So all along that railroad were all these manufacturing sites. They've kind of evolved. It's no longer this, it's for rarely is it the same, owner or the same use, but we have sandwiched between these manufacturing industrial sites, residential sites. It's just a holdover of when factories wanted their employees to literally live a stone's throw or a dust throw away, and that's not the 2024 hope. That's not the best practice for planning, to have those wedged immediately next to each other. So it is what it is in terms of manufacturing and residential being so close to each other, but I wouldn't want to give false hope to say, let's see how that previously approved use is working out for code enforcement matters or state dust control or dust remediation matters. I wouldn't approve a concrete crusher near a residential site in any location in the city, and I wouldn't be in a different vantage point. I know I'm just one of multiple commissioners, but when it comes to concrete crushing, that is an intense use. It's helpful to know how but I just think that it's so close to a residential that it would not be effective planning anywhere in the city. I welcome the staff's perspective, but I do think for the applicant's sake, if we don't have any further questions from them, we don't have to make them stand forever if there's more questions for the applicant.
Please go ahead, Sue.
Just a question. If this concrete crusher is portable and you've got it on a truck, I don't know what you haul it with, if it's one complete unit on a low boy or whatever, and you're crushing concrete from road projects, why are you not just crushing the concrete at that project and then hauling it away?
Most of the time we're from curb to curb, and you have to remove the concrete, crush it, and put it back down as aggregate. You don't have the space.
Okay.
So a lot of those companies will bring you the concrete, you will crush it, make aggregate for them to reuse it and replace it back down on the roadways. If they have space, they would do it themselves right on site.
All right.
This is for local jobs, and we're supplying an aggregate, just like the sand and stone we bring in there for local companies come in there and buy stone from us every day. It's just another product.
I know I've seen other road projects where they've got the concrete crushers on site,
Yep.
Like the Lodge, they have that there.
But Gulf and Bagley's a little tight.
Right.
Silver Bell and Browns.
Okay, thank
Curb to
you.
curb.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Sue. Well, then, I think we need to make a decision about whether we're going to make a decision. So, I am okay with saying no to this. I agree. I think it's too close to where these people live. I wouldn't want a concrete crusher in my backyard. I was trying to be optimistic for all sides, but at the end of the day, I agree with you, Mike. I don't think that's where a concrete crusher belongs. So, does anybody else have a quick thought before we take a motion?
Yeah, I'll try to make sure.
Sure.
So I might be wrong, but it seems like most of the issue that I've heard so far there's noise complaints, but a lot of it's the dust, but the dust has been happening without the crusher.
Correct.
So, and I don't know how this could work, but is there a way, because we can't change the old approval from 2015. Is there something that, and I don't know the noise study, I don't know how loud these are, if they're too loud. Look, I agree with these guys, it's already there. You've already got the business there, you've got dust. This doesn't allow us to do anything about controlling the dust. So anybody that lives within those neighborhoods is still going to have the same dust problem. And what a lot of us don't want to have happen is people move to other cities because of that problem, and then they go and complain. That's not your problem. But if there was a way to do it, if you did ever come again, I'm not necessarily saying this, Jim, I'm going to ask everybody here, but if they did come again with special exceptions, that there was some way to measure and level timing of the trucks that are slamming their doors. I'm going to be very vague here, so not specifics, but very vague. So maybe it doesn't start till 9 o'clock in the morning. And then some way to mitigate the amount of dust above and beyond what the EPA or whoever regulates this, Eagle, does. I don't know if that's something you can do. I don't know if it's worth talking about, but it seems like it doesn't solve the problem. Like by saying no to a dust maker, or a dust maker, no, a concrete crusher, it hurts your business and it doesn't help anybody else.
All right, the concrete crusher, with the noise study from the initial findings that they have given us, it is no louder than anything else that's happening there right now. It is actually quieter than everything else that's happening there. And they're required by law to spray water on that product and that plant as they are operating it. So it would be zero dust coming off of that thing, and it would be less noise than what's happening on a day-to-day operation just for the concrete
But
operation.
the only teeth we have
And that's why we.
it's
that's
for that
why-
concrete crusher. Like, we don't get to tell you what we can't, enforcement can come and enforce your property, and they can do that, but we can't tell you to knock down your dust right now. The only way we could do that is by a special exception. If you were approved on the concrete crusher, then you agreed to do some mitigation. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how you do it. I don't even know if it's possible, if it's feasible. But that seems like the biggest complaint, because in 5 years, everybody's still got dust, with or without a concrete crusher, from what I'm understanding.
May I make a comment? They indicated they've been using the concrete crusher over the last several years, which was contributing to the dust
And
as
if
well.
that's the case, then but I mean, what I'm understanding is that's maybe 2 months out of the year. So I guess that's a question more to you guys, and you can't ask the residents directly, unfortunately. But is the dust a nonstop problem or issue or concern, or is it only when you're running the crushers?
Well, any of the crushers that I've seen run, that's not a concern there at all. We did not recognize the extent of our dust problem until basically tonight. We have followed all the rules, all the directive from the EPA and Eagle. We have our watering dust control plan in place. We do it daily, and according to the residents, it's not working.
It's not working. So
I don't see that problem when I visit the site.
That's all. That's the only comments I have. But thank you.
Thank you. All right, so do we vote to say no, or do we vote to table?
I vote that, I would suggest we go ahead and deny the concrete crusher.
What's
at
your
this
feeling?
time.
Okay.
I mean, that's the item that's in front of us. There's a concern that it may exacerbate the situation as it is today, which is not acceptable, but we don't want it to get any worse. Hopefully it doesn't knock them totally out of the water. And as we've heard from our attorney, that if they're able to get the other items under control, they could come back to us and reapply.
Okay, thank you.
But
Sue?
at this time, I would be, knowing what I know now, I would be hesitant to, I would not want to put anything in there that would further stir up the situation.
Thank you. Thank you. Sue, what are your thoughts?
I feel the same.
Okay. And Sam?
Yeah, I don't see a new sound study changing the material facts at hand. I don't think there's a reason to delay this a month further. Don't want to waste the citizens' time to have them come back out next month to keep saying the same thing, asking for our help. If we deny, that gives them 180 days. They can reevaluate their internal procedures, figure out how they can solve the actual problem at hand, which is the dust and noise control, and then come back to the table with more.
Okay, great. Thank you for your input. All right, I need a motion, please.
I'll make the motion I move to deny the requested special exception permit a concrete crusher at 225 East Columbia Avenue based on the following findings of fact. It does not meet standards 2, 3, 4, and 6 based on the facts as deliberated this evening.
Support. Lots of support.
You don't necessarily need a roll call. You can do all in favor because you.
Sure. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Nays, none. Thank you.
And if I may, just a comment that I have to commend you that you started on the noise study and started to kind of try to get a handle on a quantitative basis of what's going on. Hopefully, you'll go back and look at the dust items and look at your quantitative measurements on those dust items. And the reason I keep throwing out that item of quantitative things is that if you can't count it, it's very hard to control it. So thank you. Thank you for starting that down that road.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for coming this evening and listening to our residents as well. The next item that we have on our public hearing is ZMA 24-003. It's a zoning map amendment for 94 Dwight, 104 Dwight, and 95 Mark. It's to rezone from R2 to R3.
So this application, the applicant is Manhole Wire, also known as Manny. It's a rezoning for 3 parcels. If you're exiting, if you could just be quiet as you're leaving the chambers, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. The address is 94 and 104 Dwight and also 95 Mark, and the request is rezoning from R2 to R3. This says May 1st. It actually should say August 7th, but this is the process for a rezoning. So this is the zoning map. These 3 parcels in the red are really the request for rezoning. They're currently R2, which mirrors what is along Dwight and Mark Avenue within these blocks. To the north of Liberty is R1. You have R3 in this green section along Murphy Avenue, and then you have R1 for the Webster Community School. The Micah 6 is redeveloping at the moment. I just also want to point out for wayfinding, this is West Huron Street down here, which is just east of Telegraph. This is the aerial photo showing the location. So this is an existing building right here. Thanks to Commissioner Sinclair, actually, that this was, she found some press releases when this first opened in 1926, if I have that correct. 28. But I believe,
Sue.
the print is not very good, but it is legible. But this is just showing the different neighborhoods that are here and some of the streets that I just mentioned. I have a few sites just to look at what this looks like from October 2021. This has been vacant for a while. This was a multifamily building. It was approximately, I think, 28 units when it first opened. But this is just looking at the site that the applicant currently owns, and they're hoping to redevelop. Just looking on Liberty Street. This is showing, this picture was taken this week of the property on Mark Street that is part of this rezoning. It is between 2 houses. I did want to point out some things in the neighborhood, again, for wayfinding. And what's unique about this neighborhood is there's multiple zoning districts in terms of R1, R2, R3. This is across the street. So the picture that you're looking directly at the building, there's actually, a quite large gravel parking lot for several of the buildings on the other side. When you go over to Murphy Avenue, Micah 6 has some, parking lots that are between residential houses on Murphy Avenue. So, there are parking lots between buildings within this neighborhood. I think I would say from a staff perspective, for existing buildings, it is reasonable for these multifamily apartment buildings to have parking lots, and sometimes they will occur before buildings. We still want to promote residential character of the neighborhoods, primarily from residential homes, but this is not unusual in this development. So just to catch everyone up, Planning Commission reviewed this application on May 1st of 2024 with a split recommendation to City Council between R3 rezoning and the P1 denial. Upon further review, and this is before this went to City Council, staff identified this rezoning did not meet the zoning code for a P1 rezoning. It is ineligible to be used for off-site parking for a multifamily residential development. It can, if it was a commercial development, you can use P1 at off-site. You cannot do that for multifamily. It did not also meet the dimensional requirements. So in discussions with the applicant, they have resubmitted the request for only the 3 parcels that are being heard tonight. Because the Mark Avenue parcel is requesting a different zoning district, a public hearing at Planning Commission is required. So that is why this is back at Planning Commission. So these parcels, like most in the area, again, are zoned residential. It's been used as multifamily residential since the late 1920s. 95 Mark is a vacant parcel that the applicant has an option agreement from the city to purchase and develop. There are certain conditions with that option agreement, and I want to say that is important for tonight's discussion. The applicant is requesting these rezonings to allow for a future site plan renovation and reopening of that apartment building. And they will need some waivers to meet the parking requirements, but the parcel on 95 Mark is important to help get as close as they can on that requirement. So let's talk about specifics the applicant is really providing. So we don't really have a site and layout plan. They did provide some information. There are 31 units proposed in this building. 23 2-bedroom units and 8 1-bedroom units. I do want to point out the 8 1-bedroom units are existing 1-bedroom units that are the sides of the building. So these are the 8 1-bedroom units are the ones that are just smaller than 600 square feet, legally non-conforming because they've always been that way since the way they were built. So with those units, there are 54 bedrooms proposed in this facility. It requires 59 parking spaces. So during the site plan requirement, we want to acknowledge that the applicant will still need to seek a waiver for Planning Commission or the ZBA on the following 2 items. The number of parking spaces, the required is 59. The proposal is 39. The buffer yard requirement is additionally on the property on Mark. There needs to be 10 feet between the parking lot and the adjacent property. The request is going to be 5. Now, I'm pointing that out because that is a known thing that will come up at the site plan level. It is background information that helps Planning Commission and City Council review this at a rezoning if it is appropriate, but that will take place, if this moves forward, that will take place at the site plan phase, excuse me. So just to recap, the applicant has voluntarily offered the following condition in consideration for the city's granting of the variance. Any and all parking spots on the property commonly known as 95 Mark shall be diagonal and shall face away from the adjacent street. So what this means is that it will be ingress only. You have to enter from Mark. You cannot exit from there. And as a vehicle is driving into the property, and maybe their lights are on, it's really going to be geared away from the residential properties that are on Mark. I think what we want to prevent is if it were the opposite and Mark was the exit, there would be cars flashing their lights across the street, And again, there's not a lot of cars that are with multifamily, but considering there's 39 spaces, that is something that you will see some traffic in the evening, particularly in winter months. And so having it as an entrance only really focuses on the lights from this parking lot, from this property, will face into the building that is proposed to be rehabbed, not on an adjacent property. Just as a reminder for Planning Commission and the public, permits and construction must begin within 2 years of City Council adoption of this conditional rezoning. Otherwise, the property reverts back to the R2 zoning district based on the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. I did want to provide a couple renderings, and I did want to point out this was in the council packet. This was created prior to the applicant removing the Liberty Street. So I've kind of cut this off here. It is going to be very explicit. The Liberty Street property is not part of this rezoning. But this is an overall layout showing what everything's going to look like. If they get the waivers, this is the 5-foot buffer. There will require to be a 5-foot wall, or a 4 to 6 foot wall between the properties. And this is the 39 spaces that are here. So this gives a kind of a general layout. And the applicant, not required to, but they provide some renderings. So this is from Liberty Street nearby the current alley where the access point and exit point would be to exit the facility, what it would look like. from these points. There's more in your packet if you'd like to see. And they did have some inside renderings, but that's really not part of this rezoning request. So as Planning Commission and City Council are considering rezoning, you may be familiar with this slide. Multifamily, single-family, state licensed residential facilities, townhouses, two-family dwellings, community center buildings, parks and rec facilities, urban agriculture, and community gardens are permitted. There are uses that do require a special exception that would be allowed here with that special exception approval. The biggest one is mixed use and boarding and lodging houses, but that again would require planning commission approval. That is not a guaranteed right. So if there's any questions on this page, let me know. Now with a rezoning, there are 10 standards of approval planning commission should consider: consistency with the goals, policies of the master plan, compatibility of the site, environmental features, evidence that the applicant cannot receive a reasonable return on investment under the current zoning, compatibility with all potential uses, the capacity of cities' utilities and services, capacity of the street system, the boundaries of the requested rezoning district are reasonable. The requested zoning district is considered to be more appropriate. Rezoning the land is considered to be more appropriate than amending the list of permitted or special land uses, and the rezoning will not create an isolated, incompatible zone in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to analyze a few things. This is traditional neighborhood. This rezoning will be compliant with the 2014 master plan of really trying to redevelop into a traditional Pontiac neighborhood as opposed to the blight that is there now. The structure would have to be demolished and rebuilt as a duplex to remain compliant with the current zoning ordinance. This is cost prohibited, really, in the city. The R3 zoning district does introduce land uses, but many of those are with special exception, as I mentioned. The R3 zoning district was selected because it represents the least change necessary to permit multifamily residential. There are R3 zone properties nearby within the existing neighborhood, and the conditions offered by the applicant mitigate some of the risks of off-site impacts to the neighboring residents of the proposed parking lots. Staff also concludes the 3 parcels are really necessary for the reasonable rate of return on the property to redevelop and have the necessary parking for this existing building. There's a reason why it has been challenging for the last 15, 20 years to get this redeveloped. And, I think staff is open to, this rezoning request for that reason. It's going to take some effort, and we are encouraged by the applicant of putting this step forward. Now, while Planning Commission asked in the May public hearing if a parking lot can be completed in the front yard, the zoning code requires a percentage of green space in the front yard for a multifamily building. Could they get a couple additional spaces there? Absolutely. But they cannot pave the entire thing without getting a variance. And that was something that staff, I don't know, had a chance to respond to that. But really, and this is for the aesthetics of a neighborhood, you still want green space. That's why we have that in the front yard, really to maintain the aesthetics of a neighborhood. And the existing neighborhood currently has parking lots for multifamily and non-residential uses throughout the immediate neighborhood. While there should be a limit to the amount of new lots to encourage residential development, staff concludes that the parking for an existing building is a reasonable request. So staff recommends approval of the rezoning with the one condition supplied by the applicant. As I mentioned, that the parking spots shall be diagonal and shall face away from the adjacent street. So the applicant is here. And before he speaks, I'd be happy to take any questions on my presentation that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you for all that great information. Michael, questions for staff?
I'll have more questions further on. Obviously, we've delved into this a bit before. I do want to acknowledge the applicant for providing renderings, which are not required and aren't, necessarily going to determine it, but it just helps the community and this commission visualize the practical implications of the potential utilization of the land, and I'll leave it at there for now.
Thank you. Tim?
No comments at this time.
Thank you. Christopher, anything for staff?
I have a question. I was reading through our minutes from the May 1st meeting, and the lot on Liberty, I think the only issue with that is the possibility of jaywalking. I know there were some actual comments specifically pointing out the lot on Mark not being developed. And I'm just wondering, the thought, was that lot on Liberty, why was that not pursued?
So a couple things. First off, Planning Commission recommended denial of the Liberty lot. But also, when we were reviewing the ordinance, you have to be a certain square footage. The lot has to be a certain size to be rezoned P1. The Liberty lot did not meet that requirement, and that lot could not be zoned R3. Now, what's nice about the Mark lot is because it's adjacent, because it is required to be combined as part of the option agreement, it does meet the minimum lot size requirement because of where the building is located, where the measurement is taken. But unfortunately, at this time, the zoning code does not allow a rezoning to R3 or P1 in that location. It is a narrow lot. I was driving by it, I think it was yesterday morning, and it's just not suitable for, unfortunately, for the applicant for this redevelopment for parking.
The Liberty lot cannot be rezoned to R3?
Not under our zoning code. Now, a use variance could always be applied, but really, for the purposes of tonight, we really want to focus on the 3 parcels only.
Okay, I was just trying to understand how that had been eliminated. Given that the Mark lot, I remember there were some comments, I think, of the homeowners adjacent to that proposed lot who were saying, hey, please don't do this. And I believe some homeowners on Mark were saying, hey, don't do this. And the reason it can't go to from what is that, R2 to R3 on Liberty is what?
We have minimum standards for square footage, for lot width, all that, and
for parking.
No, for any rezone. So in order to be R3, it needs to be a certain size in terms of area, in terms of width, and that parcel does not meet those requirements. Yep.
Okay, then the lot that is adjacent to the building on Mark, then we're saying that becomes all one piece.
Correct.
And it would have to be, what, replatted or whatever?
The lots would be combined. It's a simple staff approval and with the county. Yep.
Oh, that's a toughie. That's a toughie. You couldn't combine them. You couldn't combine the other one even though it's across the street. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Sue.
I'll wait until after the public hearing then.
All right, thank you. Sue, go ahead. Anything for staff?
Mark, can you click back a couple slides to where the variances were?
Sure.
Right there.
So, and if I could clarify, I'll let you ask the question. They only need to seek a waiver from Planning Commission, and the code allows that for both of these. I did put up the variance through ZBA because that is their backup option if they don't get that from Planning Commission.
Okay, so the buffer yard requirement, when it's parking, would be 10 feet on each side, correct?
That is correct.
And the lot is 40 feet wide, so that would only leave 20 feet.
And what the 5-foot future request is going to be allows for a driveway and the diagonal parking. So without that, they can have parking on there, but they would have a 20-foot, it'd be parallel parking and much fewer spaces.
While we're talking about the Mark lot, that is a one-way street, and
Correct.
White is not. I just wanted to point that out. I'm going to reserve the rest of my comments till we hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Sam, go ahead.
No questions for staff at this time.
Thank you. I do have one question. All 39 cars will be going out onto Liberty. Since it's only one way in on Mark, everyone needs to exit out onto Liberty. And it looks, as I'm looking at the aerial, I'm assuming this is a curb cut that's on the south side of Liberty for this vacant parcel that's going to be combined.
So there is a curb cut right here. So the exit would be right here.
Right. And I just want to, it seems like it lines up with the driveway of the house across the street to the north, because I would be a bit bummed if I lived in that house and all of a sudden I had 39 headlights shining into my house every day. But it looks like it lines up with that driveway.
Yeah.
If we can hopefully take that into consideration when the final site plan's reviewed, when we get that far. That's all I wanted to say. Okay, if our applicant can approach the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Christopher Bahura, 4128 Kent Road, Royal Oak.
Great. And you are, I thought it was Manny, is there?
Manny, I are partners. He just
Okay.
wasn't
Thank you
able
for
to
the
come today.
clarification.
Yeah.
Is there anything you would like to add? We've been here before with us. Anything else you would like to share?
As far as the angled parking goes with the 5-foot buffer, 45-degree or 30-degree angle will allow it to work with that buffer. I think that was the one thing. Also, having a masonry fence would block a lot of noise and light for the properties next to on either side of Mark. We are going to have, I mean, it will be lit up. We're going to have security cameras throughout inside common areas and also on the outside. We're doing everything we can to make this a family-friendly building as well.
Great. I don't have any, I'm going to pivot to Michael. Any questions for our applicant right now?
Not at this time, so my understanding is that we'll have a public hearing once more. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Anything for our applicant, Tim?
No, I like the way it was settled.
Any questions for our applicant?
I'll wait until after the public hearing.
Sue, anything?
I'm going to wait until after the public hearing.
All right, and Sam?
I'm also going to wait until after the public hearing, but I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you guys nailing down some of the more fine details. It really makes what you're asking for more concrete and helps us in our ability to evaluate it and determine approval or such, or denial. So
thank you so much.
It really helps us, so thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to open public hearing. I'll have our applicant sit down for a few minutes. And again, public hearing will be 3 minutes of comments. Please state your name and address for the record. Once you've finished your comments, please take a seat. If you have questions, we'll try and get answers for you, but please do not continue to talk from the audience. Public hearing is open.
Justin Call, 65 Mark. So I just want to say that when last time I came here, we went through the board and we all decided it's a bad idea to do it on Mark because of the one-way, the basketball with the kids in front of it. They actually play every single day in that area, and you have to kind of stop your car and wait for them to get out of the way so that you can pass through. And it's a kind of a very delicate, neighborly thing that we do, and we really invite that in the neighborhood. I don't want to see the culture change in the neighborhood because we add this housing facility here. On top of that, we have, I don't know what happened between the housing numbers, but previously the only thing we talked about was 31 units. And I saw the bullets said that we were in support of the R3 and in denial of the P1, but we were in denial of the parking when we talked about Mark previously. And I'm not sure if there was I think there might have been something in late July that I didn't attend, and I don't know what changed there, but maybe after this we can go through and explain that to me. But with the 31 spaces, all we needed was 33 spots, and we were 2 off, and that's why we were justifying getting rid of building into Mark and Liberty at that point. And we got, I thought that was the first thing we did was got Mark off the table. So I'd like some explanation what happened in between then and now. 54 spaces, 54 units, I'm not sure if there was a site plan change or something, but I don't know if what happened there. My opinion is we should go to a deviation or a variance. A few extra cars parallel parked in the neighborhood is not a big problem compared to kind of changing the culture of the neighborhood. That's my opinion there. I think we already increased them from an R2 to R3 for one of their properties. It was out of date. So I don't know if that's the reason. Maybe they said, well, we can go to the max, which is 54. And I look at, I know we had a lot of comments previously about there being a huge housing need in the area to fill in the upcoming years. I challenge you that we also have an investment problem, and this is kind of a family home area that was bulldozed, and now it's being replaced with a very populated, dense apartment building. I challenge you that we have an investment problem, and I'd like to see more permanent residents in the neighborhood, somebody living there and building a family, growing up. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Tori McNaughton, and I live at 190 Liberty Street. I am the house that will be having the headlight shining in my windows, and my driveway is right across from the driveway of the apartment where they will be exiting. So we might need a traffic signal so I can get out of my driveway. The headlights, I have 2 bedrooms on the front of my house that the lights will be shining in at night, and the traffic and the noise and all of that. Still opposed to the parking lots on Liberty Street, Mark Street. It is a densely populated area, period. It's an active neighborhood, not just with children, but with, a lot of people and cars. So having this apartment building open, period, is just going to create a lot of extra. Also, I believe that we all have the right, when we come home, to be able to relax. And I don't see how I'm going to be able to have that with all this extra activity right in front of my house. I have a crazy dog that barks at everything, and this is going to cause him to have more anxiety, and myself as well. So it's just not a good idea, period. I do like the layout of what the new building looks like. I would love to look out my window and see that building every day with the beautiful parking lot and stuff, But I am opposed to basically everything. I'm just not happy with it. Since 2009, when the building was shut down, we all believed that that building was going to get demolitioned, and it's been open to the elements on the condemned list. I don't understand why something hasn't been done with it sooner. So I just believe that the extra noise and everything is just too much, and I'm just actually considering moving myself, selling my house very soon, because I just don't want to deal with it again like we did before. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we don't have anyone else who would like to say something, so I'm going to close public hearing. And I know, Mark, there are some questions that our first resident had that I think you can answer.
So from that first slide, I'm going to move around. This is a typical process. It goes to, and I know the date's incorrect, so I apologize, but it has to go to public hearing tonight, and it requires 2 readings from City Council. So what Planning Commission decided when this went forward is a split decision, and they separated it out. So the 2 parcels where the building is, the recommendation was to zone to R3. This board recommended approval of that. The other 2 properties that are on Mark and Liberty, that was a proposal to move to P1. This board recommended denial of that. Now that isn't a final decision. That is a recommendation that had to go to City Council. But staff identified after that May meeting that there was a violation, and that was our error. That was a violation. So the applicant has had an opportunity to revise the application.
Spell out the violation. What do you mean?
The violation. So the property on Liberty, both the property on Liberty and Mark, are ineligible for a multifamily zone to have a P1 offsite zoning district. And so what happened is because of that, and it didn't meet the size requirements, it wasn't big enough to be P1, and it cannot be an off-site parking for a multifamily residential use.
So to clarify, because you saw that error, legally it wouldn't have been eligible, you stopped it after the recommendation phase before it got to City Council.
That is correct.
So we're reverting back to a renewed process where we have a recommendation to make. The applicant has modified their request.
That is correct.
To what's eligible now.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep. So, and ultimately, I think there was a lot that was shared in the public hearing, but this is a new public hearing on this application. It's revised because it is recommending R3 for that property on Mark. So, and then the property on Liberty is no longer under consideration at this time. There has not been a public meeting since May 1st, so this is the first time this is coming back regarding this topic. There was originally a public hearing scheduled for a few weeks ago, but there was an issue with the signage, so this had to be rescheduled to tonight's meeting. So you may have received a notice for July 24th. So I believe that answers all the questions.
I think so. Okay. Michael, anything?
So we are looking at, would they be required to combine the parcels? They aren't presently combined.
They would be required as part of this process. That condition would be laid out in the site plan, but that's already in as a condition of the option agreement with the city to purchase that property on Mark.
So that's on option agreement of whether the city will close or conclude the sale of property on Mark to the applicant. And then it's also coming in the site plan, but it's not part of the rezoning request.
That would need to come from the applicant. Any conditions? Yep.
Has the applicant offered any conditions?
Yes, one condition, and that has to do with the property on Mark. So this is a conditional rezoning. Just a second, right here. Having to do with the parking spots should be, again, this is entrance only, so anyone driving in or parking are really going to be angled or facing away from Mark Street, and really to mitigate any impacts to those that live on that street.
So R2 is the current zoning for this apartment building that has dozens of units and has been there since 1928. It's zoned R2.
That is correct.
So essentially, it's an existing non-conforming use for that zoning.
That is correct.
So unless the building were to go away, or the current zoning doesn't work for the current structure in its practical use.
That is correct.
So seems like for the property that has the structure, it seems quite, logical that R3 would be the appropriate updated zoning. The unique element is whether it should have an existing R1 or is it R2 on Mark?
It is, let me just verify here. I believe it is R2, yeah.
Okay, so an existing R2 on Mark, so it had a structure at some point. It's obviously vacant now, it's been torn down. It may have been a duplex, it may have been single family, but for zoning, it had the maximum of a duplex would have been the max. That's the biggest unique element of the request. Obviously, each must stand on its own, but it's whether it's appropriate to add this connector on Mark that would also become R3 and for this purpose used as parking, satisfying a greater capacity for parking. So as has been shared in previous months, there is on-street parking for Mark and for Dwight, not for Liberty. Liberty's more of a connector east-west route. Mark is southbound traffic only. Dwight is northbound traffic only. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Oh, so Dwight is two-way? Okay, so Dwight is two-way, and in this area, Mark is one-way, southbound only. There is a light at Huron and Dwight. There is not a light at Huron and Mark. And for the composition of the neighborhood, many of these parcels have existing structures. We've been discussing two parcels in recent months that don't, but is your understanding by staff, I'm recalling the neighborhood, but that there is a lot of existing capacity to the neighborhood. We're not dealing with a neighborhood that's got a lot of vacant land. Is that a fair statement?
There's not a lot of vacant land. When you look on Mark Street, I do want to compliment the homeowners that are there. There are a lot of nice homes on that, and there's very few vacant parcels that exist there.
Okay. So R3, what's the current number of floors or stories that are in this structure?
There's 3 plus like a basement.
3 plus a basement. Are there units in the basement?
I would defer to the applicant as part of this.
He indicates yes? Yes, so there are units in the basement. So there would be elevators in the structure, or is there currently no? You can come up, yep. because I'm just trying to clarify for zoning, because there's a certain, it would need to be R4 based on number of floors with an elevator?
No, R4 is anything above 35 feet, and this is an existing building that does not apply. So R3 would be satisfactory for this rezoning.
Do you know the height of the building, either the applicant or the city?
I don't have it. I can probably look it up real quick. I don't have it
I
memorized.
think it was 32, and your partner Manny has shared that with staff just on an internal meeting.
But because it's existing, it doesn't have
It's
to be
grandfathered.
handcuffed by that? Okay, so can you tell us in terms of the structure of the floors, has there been an elevator or will there be?
There hasn't been one, and we will not have one. They said it's not required. We have enough of a staircase on both sides, plus right down the middle of it too. So each end and then right in the middle, there's a staircase.
All right. Well, I'm going to leave my questions there, but I will offer the perspective that I'm obviously greatly influenced by the existence of the structure. We're dealing with the existence of a multifamily structure, so my zoning perspective is influenced by the fact that I want to make it align with what's already reality, what has been reality. So I thank the resident for giving us the perspective that it was until 2009 that it was occupied. I just want to, I said it before, but I'm really heartbroken that the residents have had to contend with for 15 years a rotting vacant eyesore. And to the sort of practical question of why is it still there? Because it's so big. And big things are very expensive to tear down. So when the city or the county or the state was ever doing past blight elimination, they went for the lowest hanging fruit, which is single family homes. Those maybe cost $10,000 or $12,000. Once you start having to tear down and remediate these big boys, then it's very, very expensive, and therefore not as much gets torn down. So that's why it's still standing in large part, is because it was so big and expensive.
Also, we purchased it in 2020, so we haven't
Thank you.
had it for that long and let it sit vacant for that long.
Thank you for that clarification. I have a quick question for staff. Our first resident who spoke was touching on the 54 spaces. Could you go bring that slide back up? I
Absolutely.
think there was a confusion a little bit about the number of parking spaces versus the number of apartments that are proposed.
I think that was referencing bedrooms.
So and this got confused a little bit and as part of the public hearing, and so the applicant has really clarified as part of this, but there are 31 units proposed in the building. This is the makeup of the units. So when you look at 23 two-bedrooms, there are 46 bedrooms with these 2 units, and there are 8 one-bedrooms. So that is 54 total bedrooms. Our zoning code requires 1.1 parking space per bedroom. And so that's why the 54 bedrooms requires 59 parking spaces. We just feel no matter what proposal comes forward, sometimes you say it's not a bedroom, it becomes a bedroom. We want to make sure that what is trying to be redeveloped fits in the neighborhood, doesn't overburden street parking. And so, they're still going to have to receive a parking waiver for these 20 spaces as this is proposed. But it's really good to clarify what this proposal is before Planning Commission and in the future City Council. So thank you for asking that.
Yes, thank you for revisiting.
Yeah.
Did you have any questions, Jim?
No, I don't have questions. I was gonna talk about that, the 54 bedrooms, but Mike made a comment about why they tear buildings down, right, and why they tear houses down. There's so many houses now, if we could go back in time 10 years, that we would ask that they didn't tear those down. So the good news is this was really expensive to tear down. Residents that live nearby it, I understand change is different. I had a house 3 houses away. This will improve the area. If I own, look, if you guys do a good job on the development, which, I've talked to Manny about other properties that he's done. So it's contingent on what you bring us back. But I think it's great to save a building that could have been torn down. That's a historic building. I think it has a lot of potential. So thanks for doing what you're doing, because I know how expensive that is.
Thank you for those thoughts. Christopher, do you have any additional comments right now?
Question. Have there been any further discussion with the residents? I was impressed with the turnout on the May 1st meeting. And I'm just wondering, did you have a chance to have any dialogue with those residents in the area about your plans?
I made it to one of the community outreach meetings, I believe it was a month ago. But ever since that, I haven't been able to connect.
So this was the June District 2 meeting that the applicant did present at about what the project was. So
Yeah, I'm still a little uneasy about that one parking lot on Mark between two existing houses across the street from some other houses that are already there. Okay. That ends my comments and my questions.
Thank you. Sue?
I was at the District 2 meeting, and I appreciate you coming out and presenting to the residents. Unfortunately, there really wasn't anybody that lives in that vicinity that was there that night, but I definitely appreciate you coming out and talking at that meeting. If you could, please help me understand these units. Are you putting units on 3 floors or 4?
There's going to be a couple units in the basement, in the lower level. I mean, they already have egress windows, so it won't be like a basement. And the rest of the units are going to be how they were when it was developed, across all 3 floors.
Okay, this is where I'm having a problem. I love this building. I think it's phenomenal. I think it's solid. It would be a gem in this neighborhood. It would just complement the redevelopment of Webster. But when this was originally built, back in 1928, the building had, and I don't expect you to know this, you came back with your partner in May, and you said that there was nothing in there, so there's no units left in there. So basically, you're working with the blank slate.
Somewhat. I mean, there's no drywall. I mean, the framing is there. We've fixed what we could fix, but the layout is there if you were to see it. So you can see the hallway. You can walk through and see the units where the doors would be. We're limited on space as far as the units go, but we're able to reconfigure inside of those units.
Okay. So when it was originally built in 1928, there were 29 units. And of those units, 9 of them were studios, so they didn't have a bedroom, a significant bedroom wall, and they were 450 square feet. Because you've basically gutted it, the minimum square foot now is 600 square feet. And the remaining 20 units that they had left were called 1+1. You may know that term, which is a bedroom with not necessarily a closet. It was called a den area where you could put a desk and a chair. So, and those were 600 square feet. So we're jumping from 29 to, I believe, 31, and 23 of your units have 2 bedrooms. My concern is we're trying to figure out how to make this parking work, because really all this is about is parking.
Mm-hmm.
And you need 54 spaces. And we heard from many more residents last time that were just not in favor of putting parking on either Liberty or Mark. And I definitely appreciate you coming back and angling the parking in a different direction so it's not shining in as many houses, but it still is. And if I lived next door, when you're utilizing the lot on Mark, you have 10 spots there. And if I lived in the house next door, which is a smaller home, you start your car, the lights go on, you close your doors, you're on your cell phone when you're walking into the building. I would not want to live next to that. So my concern is that if you have units in the basement, I I went to the Oakland County site and I pulled up your parcel and the square footage. And each square footage for each floor is about just under 6,300 square feet. And I'm just having a problem with the numbers. The basement, do you know how tall the ceiling is in the basement?
I believe they're right about 8 feet tall. And for the basement, we took out, there was some storage, the boiler room, which had a huge boiler for the entire building. So we removed all those to make the extra room for the basement. And in return, we're doing in-unit laundry for each unit. They're each going to have their own electrical panel, their own small furnace, AC, and hot water tank. So each unit is going to have that apartment feel versus something in the basement.
The basement, I'm concerned because Oakland County has it at 7 feet. And that is the limit for ceiling height.
Of course. There was, in the boiler room, there's actually about another 2 feet in the boiler. Yeah. So it's actually a little taller than that. And the boiler took a big chunk of the basement, that room.
Okay. I know I'm being really specific. I'm just concerned with the square footage because I'm seeing these numbers and I without seeing a floor plan, I don't understand how you're getting 23 units with 2 bedrooms. The bedrooms have to be at least 70 square feet. That's the minimum they can be by state law. So when I'm looking at this, and again, I appreciate you coming back with these renderings. They help quite a bit. When I look at what was there originally, there was 29. So if we've got 29 units, I did the math, basically 29 one-bedrooms. And I know you have to, the building costs are nowhere near what they were back then, and you have to get your return on your investment to make it, profitable. I'm trying to see, 29. So if you had 29 bedrooms, you would need 32 spaces. And that's basically what you've got without using MARC. So I guess my point is, because the walls have all been taken down and you've gutted it, this problem with your parking is really self-created. And I know we can't take into consideration off-street parking for your parking requirements. Mark, can you pull up the figure 1? I think it was in the agenda package where it's an aerial view of the site.
Was it in my presentation?
Go back. You passed it.
Okay.
And can I just say something real quick?
Sure.
Having us make it 2 bedrooms actually allows us to have it of a more family-friendly building, people with kids and stuff like that, and that's really where that's the goal we're trying to achieve there.
I definitely appreciate that. I would rather see 2 bedrooms than 1 bedroom. I mean, I think it reaches more people. So really, on the MARC site, you're getting 10 spots. And when you look at this, you're going to need a variance on each side of that MARC.
Here we go. This one?
No, actually, you were on it. To begin
It was
with.
with the stripes.
Tell me to stop.
For the parking.
Where you could see the diagonal, where you change this one.
Okay.
So you need, on each side of that, the MARC property, north and south, 10 feet buffer, because you've got residential on either side, not just 5 and 5 on each side. So really what you're getting there is 10 parking spots, okay? If you got rid of that and took away that entrance that's right there, that they're coming through, which is kind of awkward if you have to plow and everything like that, because where are you going to put the snow when you're plowing that lot? You could put 2 additional spots there The two adjacent to the, on the south side, you could add an additional 2 there. This won't make our Liberty Street resident happy, but I'm just throwing it out right now. Maybe dumpster right there in the corner.
Our dumpster is currently on the left where those, the red car is. It doesn't show on the render, but that's where the dumpster is.
Okay.
And there's a direct line of on the side, yeah, for the dump truck to actually get in through there.
Got you. Okay. Then you could maybe squeeze another, at least 1 more parking spot there. So that's 3. And you have on Dwight 160 feet of frontage. You have to have at least 25 of that clear triangle, so you can't park within 25 feet of the corner. So that gives you, let's just say, 140 feet left. If you could put 7 spots on street parking without adding and putting it on that Mark Street property, and without seeing a floor plan and seeing your square footages.
Of course. I did send a floor plan for the 1 and 2 bedrooms. And we also have the architectural drawings that were done with, I believe it was with Mark. They pulled it from, your guys' code and everything. So it wasn't just drawn or thought up, but we do have plans that we've submitted, and I even submitted a floor plan as well.
Okay. I haven't seen a floor plan.
It shows all 4 levels from the basement all the way up to the 3rd floor. And then I'll show each unit, the sizes and everything.
And if I may, if the applicant is okay with this, planning commission okay with this, let's table this item to later in the meeting, potentially so we can find that floor plan. Generally, floor plans are not part of the rezoning. I understand the request. It's not part of this packet, but I can see if we can get that imprinted, if that is the pleasure of planning commission.
I don't have a problem with that. The reason why I bring it up is because you presented at our District 2 meeting, and you said that the apartments were going to be 540 square feet, which at that time.
Just the 1 bedrooms. There are the 2 bedrooms. We're going from 600 all the way, I believe, to 800.
The minimum, though, that you can have is 600. So then on the 1 bedrooms, you'd be asking for a variance as well on all of those.
So,
because those you said were 540.
But what the applicant has informed staff is that those 1 bedrooms are existing facilities. So it's at the ends of the building, both on the Liberty Street on the north side and at the south side. So these are already walled in. These are existing units from when it first opened. Now, that's going to be verified through that process. We're not going to be able to verify, at least at this point, but I can find the floor plans if that helps answer that question. So staff feels that, if those already are there, it's 540, they can continue, have the bathroom, have the kitchen, and they're already, they've been like that since the 20s. But, if it's down to the studs, to your point, I do agree with you. But what the applicant has presented to staff is that those 1 bedrooms are at the corners of the buildings that are already,
They're actually sorry to know, but they're in the middle where the main staircase in the front comes. Okay. So there's really, we thought about it to meet that, but the staircase goes right through it. So you really can't, you're limited. It's kind of like the building, and then you have only so much on each side because of the load bearing wall plus the staircase and everything else. So it's very hard for us to accomplish that.
I understand.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
The whole building.
It wasn't Mr. Bahura that said it, but it was your partner.
Manny,
Mr. Wire, I guess is his last name. He was the one that referred to it being down to the studs, that there was nothing left, that everything would be brand new.
It will. The framing is all there. That's the only thing that was left. We took out all the, the drywall, all the garbage, and we did strip it down. And there was a lot of repairs that had to get made on the inside as well as the outside. So those were all done, but we had to get we had to clean it up on the inside. But if you go walk it, you'll see all the framing there.
Okay.
That was existing. Sorry.
I have no problem with Mark's suggestion of tabling it to the end, too. We can see a...
Point of information, what I have is a layout plan, so if you were like potentially renting, you could see what the layout looks like. It does not have dimensions, it does not show the entire floor plan, it shows the floor plan of a one-bedroom unit and a two-bedroom unit. If that is, I just wanted to share what I have, what the applicant provided.
I know we've submitted our, like, the actual floor plans from before.
I'll keep looking.
Yeah, I mean, because we even brought them in, the full-size ones with us from previous meetings.
All right, well, let's let
Sorry.
Mark, no, that's fine. We'll let Mark and Corey look for some additional information. If you don't mind waiting, we will go ahead and table this. Do we need a motion?
Yes.
I need
Motion
a
to place this current item on the table.
Support. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Take a quick seat, and we will get back with you.
What's that?
Our next item.
Who was the
then-
support on that motion? I apologize.
Susan.
Sue. Okay, thank you.
So our next item is, Mr. Yandrick is going to talk about the window transparency item. This is a zoning text amendment, and this is also part of a public hearing.
All right. This is a short presentation, so I will get started. So this is a zoning text amendment. So this is a city-initiated text amendment for window transparency. It is specifically section 4.207 of the zoning code. Tonight is the public hearing. It will require 2 readings from City Council. So background, the current code requires 40% of first floor facades to include transparent windows along public facing streets. You know that as part of a site plan process. ZBA has seen some, variance requests. It's very common with current developments and redevelopments in the city. These requirements ensure pedestrian-friendly design to improve aesthetics. But staff has identified that many existing buildings do not meet these requirements, and many have been boarded up or blacked out. The results of this include decreased aesthetics on the commercial corridors and allows land uses that are unknown or unpermitted in the building. Does not, really essentially help the city to see this just boarded up. It does not give, it almost gives a blighted look. So I have copied the ordinance as it is just up here. So this is in your packet. But this requires that no more than 20% of the ground floor level windows in all buildings located in the R3 multifamily and the 5 commercial zoning districts may be opaque in appearance except as set forth in sections 2.551 to 2.559, which is our marijuana ordinance. I will get to that in a moment. Windows in all districts must be maintained with glass or other permitted glazing materials. Boarding up or blocking windows with plywood, masonite, particle board, or other lumber product is strictly prohibited except in the following situations. When necessary to prevent trespassing following damage by fire, tornado, or other catastrophe for a reasonable period following said catastrophe not to exceed 12 weeks unless extended by the way the approval of the planning department for a good show cause. B, when authorized by law for the city or fire department to do so, when public health, safety, or welfare is endangered by the condition of the structure, and C, when necessary during the building process prior to certificate of occupancy being issued by the city. So really this is looking to eliminate a lot of our boarded up and blacked out windows and really to help improve the aesthetics of the community. Couple things I want to point out. We did not include the industrial districts here. We are already getting a lot of variance requests within industrial districts. Those are different characters. Those are not as pedestrian friendly in nature. I think we will assess that as it goes forward. So this is just for multifamily and just for commercial zoning districts. Now, why was the marijuana excluded? We have specific regulations in there as well, requiring that 60%, no more than 60% of the front facade transparency may be blacked out or something like that. So they have transparency requirements itself. We did not want to amend that. They have some state regulations. We are still researching and reviewing, but we felt that it was, we already have things to protect those buildings, that there is a transparency requirement to the street itself. So with that said, Morgan, staff is recommending approval. I've got the motions. I'm happy to answer any background questions. Morgan is drafted this ordinance, and she can help direct any legal questions when it comes to these items as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Mike, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Tim?
No questions.
All right. Christopher?
Not at this time.
All right. And Sue?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Sam?
So mine's kind of a question / comment. Could you go back one? So with this, it says that they may not be opaque in appearance, or no more than 20% may be opaque in appearance. Just on my basic knowledge of window tints, I know that they can range from anywhere from 0.5 all the way up to in increments to 95%. And I just wonder if this might be a little too vague. So saying like someone has 80% opacity, they could argue that it's not opaque, it still lets 20% of light through. I just don't know if that's something we want to revise or include into the ordinance.
I think we can consider that. I think we can consider that, and I would just recommend maybe make a condition of approval, and maybe providing flexibility in that condition to follow legal requirements, but we can definitely accept that.
That's my only comment.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you. I don't have any comments either at the moment. We should open public hearing and see if anyone would like to share their thoughts about this. I'm going to open public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes to state your name and address. For the record, let us know if you have any thoughts about this ordinance, please.
Good evening. Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakline Drive. My question to this ordinance is just the ground level floor. I know these are commercial buildings. Sometimes they're more than one level. So is this just applied to the ground level only?
We will get your answer after we close public hearing. Thank you. Anyone else with a thought? All right, I'm going to close public hearing, and I will let Mark answer your question.
So 20% of the ground floor level windows. So we understand really this ordinance is meant to address the pedestrian friendly and aesthetics. We're not as stringent on second, third floors. It's really the first floor for that pedestrian experience or the driving experience as you're driving by. So
I have a question. If this is something that becomes part of our ordinance after tonight, I'm going to use as an example, there's the building that's on Woodward on the east side, north of the railroad tracks, that was going to be a party store, and it never advanced. They did a lot of renovation, they did a lot of work, and it never opened, and all of the windows are as opaque as this desktop is. What happens in a situation like that where these buildings are just sitting completely darkened? Does that is it retroactive?
I'm going to defer.
Like, what's the grandfather window?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to defer to Morgan from the Kelly firm on that.
Thank you, Morgan.
Great question. Yes. So our zoning ordinances cannot be enforced retroactively. So that would technically be grandfathered as a dimensional issue. So this would apply to any new buildings moving forward or any changes moving forward.
Okay, so let's use that building as an example. If that person came in front of us today, because it's on the market right now, if that person came to us today, would they then only have the ability, they would have to basically make their windows more transparent if there's a sale of that property, if they're changing the use, or does it still all stay the same?
If they're making any meaningful changes, so any significant changes to the building as a whole, then they would have to comply with the zoning ordinance. If they're not making any meaningful changes to the building itself, they could maintain that opacity.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
This also helps the city, though, if there are uses that are occurring in the city that do not have proper permits, that's not necessarily grandfathered, so, this may assist us with some enforcement.
Okay.
So.
Great, thank you. Well, does anybody else have questions before we take a motion?
To clarify, does this impact, I want to make sure I understand, there's a tall building in downtown Pontiac that's a historic building. This isn't weighing in on the 28 North Saginaw renovation, is it? That's a different window question for a different day.
That is not, and the HTC will be seeing something on that in the very near future.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? No questions? All right, so how about if we propose a motion? Is there a motion on this, right?
I don't think I know enough.
You had the question about the tint that you wanted to
It's more to
incorporate.
get the conversation flowing.
Okay.
If you wanted to provide a condition that, Planning Commission directs staff to research a reasonable amount of opaqueness or definite amount, to give that flexibility, that may be a reasonable condition.
I will do that. All right, I motion to recommend approval of the zoning text amendments as presented with one following condition, that staff researches an acceptable opacity level of tint for the windows.
Support.
Excellent.
Correct.
The ground floor windows, there we go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? None. Motion passes. Congratulations. Okay, so now we are going to public comment, the portion of our meeting. So when we have public comment, you are free to bring up any comment you'd like. Again, the same rule applies. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. And once you have made your comment, please sit in your seat and remain quiet while we finish our meeting. So public comment is open for public comment.
Hello, my name's Louis McGinnis, unfortunate father, happy father to Mike. But I live in 55 Court Street. At the end of Court Street, I believe there was an empty space, and then a house was demolished. And is there any possibility to perhaps have, not swings per se, but just something for the kids? I have grandson and granddaughter, and they like to run down to the end of the street, but not all the way. And it would be sort of interesting to have something developed, or at least for children. I know there's a park 2 streets down and whatever, but I think just to improve, to get families in with children, because this town is getting old. Or older or whatever, and we want to, think of the future to encourage young parents or whatever to have more playground space. And at the other end of the street, there's a school, that was a school, and I don't know if it's being used at all. I think we should utilize some of our assets that have sort of fallen in decline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive, Pontiac. I just want to say that I want to commend the Planning Commission for the work that you do, especially at this particular time right now when we've got such a large volume of people who are coming to try to develop. And I think you all do a great job in trying to question these developments. I would just recommend that you truly keep on the docket, that they talk to these developers, have engaged residents, and asked about have they engaged residents when they come to the table here, because that's such an important part of the city that residents are a part of any development that's coming into the city. I just think that's really something that you all can ask them. Have they talked to residents that's abutting the area? Because then you get a feel whether they're really trying to come into the city and be a part of the people who've already been here when you start bringing new development. We all enjoy new development. I think we need new development. I'm behind new development, but I think we truly got to make sure that when new development is coming into the city, that they understand that some residents have been living here for years and that they should be trying to be good neighbors regardless of what they do. One other thing that I noticed on this agenda tonight, and I'm just not quite sure, the presentation for the master plan. Now, was that requested by planning, or is this something that the planning department is just making? I didn't hear a lot of advertisement about it, just happened to go onto the agenda and seen it was there. So I'm just not quite sure, is this just a presentation for the planning commission, or was this a presentation that was being planned for the community to see what the master plan is doing with the presentation? So maybe you can clear it up for me. I did pick it up, so I want to be able to see what they're talking about with the master plan, because I think that's very important for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Justin Call, 65 Mark. There is, in front of 65 Mark, I think you guys deal with easements as well in front of homes. Maybe I'm in the wrong place, I don't know. But they replaced a telephone pole there with a new telephone pole, but they didn't coordinate with either. They didn't even notify me that it was going to change. There's a log that showed up in front of my house one day, and they put it up. Now there's two poles there. They didn't remove the old pole. They didn't work with the other. I think it was DTE that did it. I'm not sure who else is using that utility pole, but there's a bunch of junk up there that they could have easily worked together and put on the other pole. I'm guessing they didn't work together because they didn't go through the appropriate channels. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. There's also a giant guy wire I wish they would tighten up, but it's like draping all the way in front of my house, and I just bought my house in November. Not great for property value. It's a little sore about that. I got 2 minutes left, so I guess I'll just add a little bit more comment. Is for the topic we're going to talk about in a little bit, back to the rezoning. I was called by somebody to come here on that matter because they're like, I don't know what's going on with this, why the R3, and we didn't. Nobody in the neighborhood thinks it was going back to parking, so we thought that was kind of off the table. So I think you'd really have the same 10 to 15 people here before if that little sheet of paper said we intend to do this as parking. So I just want to say I think you'd have a lot more support if people didn't think, oh, it's just a residential change. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome to the neighborhood. All right, I'm going to close public comment. And I know there was a question about the master plan. Mark, did you want to answer
So
the question?
tonight's master plan discussion is part of the proposal that was received as part of the RFP. So McKenna's given a presentation tonight. It is extremely similar to what was presented to City Council. I'm losing track of time, but I think that was 2 weeks ago. But there will be a slight focus on what Planning Commission's role is on the master plan process. So tonight is not necessarily a public engagement session. It's really a way for Planning Commission to understand what their roles and responsibilities are coming up. However, there will be some meeting dates that are shared about upcoming sessions that are public engagement sessions for the community. And that's really where we get to the heart of these discussions. And we really want you, yourself, your friends, your neighbors, your enemies, your coworkers to come on out and share your passion for Pontiac and what your vision is for the city. So, but tonight's presentation is really just setting a table for Planning Commission, similar to what was done for the community and City Council a few weeks ago. Is there anything else?
There was the question about the easement and the guide wire.
My recommendation is to contact DTE correctly. Generally they have those easements, they have those rights, and they would be able to provide you that information. If you have any trouble with DTE, I'd recommend contacting the city's DPW department. But in terms of the guy wire, that sounds like something you want to contact that company directly. DT over the last year or two has done a lot of public engagement sessions, and I hope you have a positive experience, but please let us know if you don't. but the Department of Public Works at the city, just in case you run into any issues or communication, can be a backup. The DPW department at the city, just in case you don't hear from DTE.
I'm going to interject, if you don't mind. You live in District 2, and currently there isn't a city council member. That seat is vacant. So as the city council president, you can reach out to me, and me and my staff can help navigate that. DPW has a staff member whose job is right-of-way coordinator. That's in the right-of-way, so they might be able to cut through the clutter a little bit. With DTE, sometimes you get caught in this endless cycle of trying to reach the right person with utility. It gets rough. So the city council can help navigate that. And since you don't have a city council person in that seat for the next few weeks, you can contact me. And my cell phone is 248-410-0702.
Are you still taking applications for that position?
That has concluded, and so there's 14 applicants that have been received, so we'll be conducting interviews before the final decision is made in the coming weeks.
Great, thank you for that update. Okay, we then are ready to go into some old business. We are going to head to SPR 24-005. It is the site plan amendment for 545 Auburn Road. It's an amended facade design for James Pappas. He's the president of Fusco, Schaefer, and Pappas as the applicant.
And while Corey's getting that presentation together, the applicant has sent me the renderings. I'm working on printing them out, so hopefully after this item, we can bring this item, the 94 Dwight item back off the table.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so SPR 24-004. This is an amendment to the approved site plan that the Planning Commission approved in February. It's located at 454 Auburn Road. Applicant is James Pappas, president of Fusco, Schaefer, and Pappas, Inc. The applicant previously received site plan approval in February. They are returning to the Planning Commission to receive approval for modifications to the proposed design. Staff recommends that Planning Commission work with the applicant to find an alternative solution to prevent the long, flat facade along Auburn Road. So this is the facade design that was approved. The original design included balcony enclosures and burnished blocks around the base of the structure. There was brick around the midsection and composite panel siding along the top. Due to escalating building costs, the applicant needs to revise their plan in order to remain within their budget. The original approval contained no conditions pertaining to the facade design. The design as presented was approved. This is the proposed amended facade. The balconies will no longer have walls to each side, and the top balconies will no longer have roofs. The amount of brick has also been reduced. The applicant is proposing a larger variety of siding colors to compensate for the increased area composed of composite siding. The applicant is proposing to stagger the coloring of the composite to break up the long, flat facade. Rather than the setbacks created by the covered balconies as is found in the original design, the facade will now be flat, but the juxtaposition between the brighter blue and the green composite with the more muted gray composite is intended to create the appearance of a broken-up facade. The proposed design is compliant with the standards for street front facades found in section 2.408. And then just for context, this is where it's located. This is an aerial off of Auburn Avenue. You can see there's residences to the south, including multifamily directly to the south, and then commercial to the north. And then within the zoning map, it sits here, tucked with all this multifamily residential zoning, and then commercial. So with the original approval, the minutes indicate that Planning Commission spoke approvingly of the proposed design and complimented the applicant on their selection of materials and the aesthetic quality of the facade renderings. On March 22nd, the final site plans for this project were approved by city staff with the same design that was approved by Planning Commission. On July 12th, the applicant reached out to city staff to request an amended approval for a new facade design. Staff reviewed the proposed design on Tuesday, July 29th, and determined the alterations were significant enough to justify bringing the request to the Planning Commission. The zoning ordinance permits staff to review and approve minor amendments to approved site plans, while major amendments must be reviewed by the Planning Commission as an amended site plan following the procedures of section 6.204 and criteria in section 6.205, which are the typical standards and procedures for a site plan. So these are the standards for approval. We do not do an analysis. These are just the standards for your reference found in the zoning ordinance. And with that, staff's recommendation is for the Planning Commission to work with the applicant to find an alternative solution to prevent the long flat facade along Auburn Road.
Thank you, Corey. I just wanted to say this is going back to Planning Commission solely on the architecture and facade. Everything else actually already received final site plan approval and is moving forward with engineering and WRC, the normal process. But the reason why staff decided to bring this back to Planning Commission is this is significantly different in staff's opinion than what was shared. And so really the applicant should really address this to Planning Commission in that original preliminary site plan approval. While the renderings may look similar, it's really a flat facade, and staff had been asking for offsets at the beginning of this because this is a 5-story building to give it some long-term viability with the property. If this was a reduction in offsets, I think we could have approved it at a staff level, but it is an elimination. Now, you do have the balconies there. You do have the colors that they've proposed. We're hoping that, the applicant can really kind of address. So tonight, you're really looking for an approval of this facade. You can work with the applicant. You can add conditions. I mean, part of this is going to be why is the change proposed, but I think part of it is getting a solution that for both the city and for the applicant for this overall facade, particularly along the Auburn Road corridor. So thank you.
Thank you for the information. Mike, do you have any questions for staff?
No, and I think that would be very beautiful along the Auburn corridor on the east side.
All right, Tim, anything right now?
No questions.
All right. Christopher, any questions for staff?
Well, it's a flat 2D drawing with changes that I guess affect the texture of the building. So I don't know. I don't know. It wouldn't happen to have I'm not sure what exactly is going on. Yeah, maybe a little different perspective or something. But, I mean, that would be my biggest thing here. I'm not sure exactly how much of an effect it really has on the building from different perspectives.
Okay, thank you. Sue, any questions?
No questions for staff.
Thank you. Sam, anything?
None for staff.
All right. I don't have anything for staff. Is there a petitioner here? Or is it just us? The applicant, is he here? Excellent. Please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record, and please share everything you'd like to share.
Steve Raffy. I'm with Fusco Schaefer and Pappas Architects, 550 East 9 Mile Road, Ferndale, Michigan. As Corey had introduced the project, the changes that we've introduced now have been done due to the escalation of building costs. Lighthouse has decided that they need to reduce costs for the overall project in order to get fully funded. Some of these cost reductions will need to be in the area of the exterior facade treatment. And I'd like to pull out my pointer if I could, see if it's going to be working. Yes. I wonder if there's a way to pull that elevation down a bit, because we're missing the crown, the top of the building. Is there any way to adjust that?
Take a minute.
Sure.
Oh, you just...
That's much better, thank you. So essentially, we have eliminated some of the enclosure areas around the balconies, as well as the roof caps that occurred previously. The balconies themselves are still there. They're a bit more of a standard balcony fascia with posts in each case, but those are all still intact. They will still provide shade and shadow as the rendered elevation is indicating. We still have an entry element as we had previously. In this case, we've introduced additional colors. We've actually reduced slightly the amount of brick by taking or masonry, I should say, by taking the burnished block off the first floor and just reducing and pulling the brick sills down so that the composite panel, which is kind of the majority of the facade now, will be more dominant. And because of that, we wanted to introduce more color into some of the more prominent areas above the entrance, main entrance. We wanted to introduce a strong color here, as well as a counterpoint color adjacent with some neutral colors in between, grays, 2 different color grays. And then we wanted to bring some of the color from the entry up into our balcony structures. So essentially, the building mass, the only change to the building mass is that we've reduced the size of the columns and the perceived enclosure. It was basically a wing wall on either side of some of the balconies, and then there was a cap at the top of the balcony that created more or less a roof condition. We feel that we've continued to use the same brick color at the base and a lot of the same panel colors above in the grays, but we did want to introduce more color. And with a strong color in these 2 areas, that tends to make those panels seem like they're projecting forward, whereas the grays tend to recede back. So we're doing a bit of visual play to try to, again, add interest to the building. We've also added some height to the parapets in those areas, similar to the original elevations that were approved, which had a bit more undulation about them. This would be a little bit more of a streamlined, kind of contemporary look, as opposed to the offsets creating a more of an imposing front to the building. We feel that this is probably more in keeping with some of our contemporary projects that we are doing around the city and around the country. And we feel that this would be a nice addition to the street frontage along Auburn Road, and would be compatible with any potential future surrounding mixed-use projects, multifamily and commercial, which is what the master plan is calling for. So we feel that this new facade update is a reasonable alternative to what was originally approved. And I'd be happy to answer any further questions that you might have.
Thank you for that information. I have a question about what the materials are that are the colors that used to be predominantly brick on the original rendering, which was the darker gray. What's the material made of?
Okay, so now we have a base of brick that basically steps up and down with the accent colors above. And then we'll have a stone sill that will occur at the top of that brick panel. Behind or above that will be a series of composite panels that will occur on the upper facade in these areas. And then the balconies themselves will be composite faced fascia and with metal posts that will occur again in the same positions that they are on the approved package.
Okay,
so it's essentially the same palette that we had previously. It's just different colors and a different percentage mix.
But okay, but my question is, what is the makeup of the composite that it now has more of that composite material? What is it?
It's a hardy panel, which
Okay.
is a fairly standard industry material that's being used on a lot of these kind of projects. It can be gotten in finished colors, which we are intending on using, which is a much more even application. It goes up much quicker than putting up raw material and painting it. And it's basically a composite of wood and other resin material. And that's becoming a kind of an industry standard now for much of, the multifamily industry.
So as opposed to being like a composite cement board, yes, it's a mix of resin, cement, and wood. Okay.
Yes, correct.
It doesn't have a wooden graining?
No, this will be a smooth panel.
Okay.
And it will have basically a metal riglet that'll occur at the edge of each panel, so it'll be very much a panelized look as opposed to flat panels that are basically just slammed together as one homogeneous surface.
Okay.
This gives it a texture, and it gives it a little bit of shadow play also. There'll be some minor shadow at each panel, essentially. And then, of course, the brick projection will create some offset, some panel depth to it.
Okay, and we don't have the renderings of the other sides. This is just the front facade that needs the change, or is this on all four sides?
All four sides will be very similar.
Okay.
And we do have those, I believe we provided those.
Okay.
I don't know if they're available tonight.
Okay. Michael, questions for our applicant?
No, thank you.
Okay. Tim?
I guess I understand why you did it, but weren't building costs about the same last time you brought this to us?
I'm sorry?
I said, weren't the building costs pretty similar last time you brought this to us? I mean, look, this is a great.
No, they have escalated substantially.
It's a great looking
over the last-
project. It just, you threw the
last
cookie in
half
front
a
of
year.
us and then took the chocolate chips away, so.
I'm still eating the cookie.
Yeah, so the cookie. I mean, look, it's one of the best projects we've seen. It's just, we were drooling over the first one. So is there any way to get depth back into this?
Well, essentially, it is the same footprint of building. It's the same.
No, I get that. It's
the
just
same building.
It's the visual
It's just
appeal.
the application of material to the balconies and height to the balconies that was creating that image of offset. We still have that offset. It's just that they're more standardized. Again, instead of towers that we had created with facade applied to the balconies, now we have a standard balcony with color applied to it.
And it still looks nice. It just would be nice to have some more depth. But I mean, a budget's a budget, and I
a different
understand the
look.
building costs. So.
Right. And the offsets contribute greatly to the cost.
Right.
So
Yep, that's what I
additional material, additional foundation. So that's the long and short.
Okay. So no way to add depth to that. No way to get rid of a couple of the columns and keep a few of them that you had on your original drawing.
We're right up against our budget right now. So I
right.
guess that's a question for ownership if they're willing to push it any harder. But we're working very closely with our general contractor on the costs. We had hopes that especially the brick costs and the panel costs were not going to be escalating as high as they have.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Christopher?
Okay, I think I understand it better now that I see the way you have the light shining on the balconies, and the shadows now are being projected, to the left of the balconies, and it's a straight line that would say that that's now a flat surface. Yeah, that you could basically, good arms could pass, the basket of food from one balcony to another balcony on the same level. Okay.
Long arms.
Yeah, long arms. Two long arms. Okay. Well, yeah. I shared Tim's comment, and also the final observation of Mike, hey, still a lot there. Still a lot there. Okay, thank
It's
you.
a significant building, yes.
Thank you, Chris. Sue, please.
It's hard to complain, I have to say, and I understand about the building costs. I have a question and a comment. Did you remove the lighting on the first floor?
We did not. This rendering does not show lighting, but we will have this very similar lighting pattern to the building as it
Okay.
was previously. So that part has not changed.
Okay. My question is, or comment, what are the posts on the balconies? What material is that?
These will be metal columns, essentially a painted metal column with a concrete base on each.
My only comment would be on that, maybe to create some kind of surround on the lower portion of those balcony columns that are supporting, just to give it a little more of a substantial feel, more of like a load-bearing, well, it is load-bearing, just a little beefier post at the bottom so it doesn't look like a pressure-treated 4x4. I think.
Yeah, I mean, we could consider some kind of applied material as long as we don't add enough that we need to add foundation.
Right. I think you could do something that had minimal costs, but would just beef it up just a little bit, and I think it would make a difference. But other than that, I appreciate the effort with the colors and whatnot. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Sam.
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying I really like this new revised facade. But just to kind of help me understand it a little bit better, with the original facade, let's say you're standing on any one of those balconies, and then you look to your left, you look to your right. What are you seeing? Are you seeing that fin wall? Is there any transparency or open space?
It would be an opening. There would essentially be an opening if we were to flip to the original elevation. I could maybe call some of that out. So essentially, in this case, we had basically a fattened column about halfway up. These are actually fin walls that go up on some of the intermediate towers. So that would be a flat wall or a fin that behind which would be more guardrail or guardrail, I guess, for the balconies. So you would be able to still look from balcony to balcony. In this case, we had a HVAC unit kind of separating the two. Those have been pulled inboard on those units. So in that case, where you're side by side, you wouldn't be able to touch or see that adjacent unit balcony.
So there's significant privacy between those balconies on that original facade.
Well, at this point, yes, there would be. But we've separated those now. We've pulled the balconies have been pulled slightly apart, so we have that 4 foot of separation between. We've been able to kind of adjust those outboard. So those would be separate elements.
Okay.
If you look at the new elevation, that becomes apparent.
So with the new design, if you're looking across, you can just see every balcony along the way down the line?
Yes. I mean, there would be separation between each one, but it's,
Right.
you know, at distance, you would be looking at another balcony.
Okay.
Which is 90% of the balconies out there that's what happens.
Okay. Yeah, I understand, you're at the edge of your budget right now in the ownership, and there's not a ton you can, and you've done a lot with, what the budget you have, so, I guess I would only just default to Sue's comment about making the columns a little thicker if possible, but, it's not something I feel super strongly about. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Well, I certainly like the elevation from the first
opportunity we had to look at the beautiful building that was going to be going up that we gave special permission to for its extra height on a corner that has nothing on it right now. Then I look at this and I have to say I'm really disappointed at how flat it is because people are going to be traveling east and west on Orchard Lake Road and they're just going to see flat, flat, flat as they come up to this building. And it makes me think of what got built right here when you drive out of town, that terrible apartment complex where everything's just flat. And it makes me think about those OCC buildings that they built many years ago that are just flat, and it's a letdown. I'm just gonna say it's a letdown. And basically what you're telling us is this is it. There's no other way. This is it, so just accept it.
In order to make this a buildable project, we're right at the edge of our budget.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else you can do, I guess.
And one thing I'd like to add too is that with the previous design and the enclosures around the balconies, that building would seem much more imposing on the road. We were 20-foot setback to the facade, and those balconies come out about 5.5 feet. So that brings them their presence much closer to the road, and the weight and mass of those elements were much more imposing. So I guess that would be my response to some of the previous design had as a very, very urban situation because we're right up on the right of way, but high impact.
And thank you for that, pointing that out. And when we look back at the building that was built in 1928 with all its charm and character, of course it was a different era of constructing and cost, but that has its own personality where this is much more of what's being built everywhere, like everywhere. So
Agreed there's a reason behind it, but part of the direction is new generation of kind of minimalist architecture that we're trying to do more now with texture and color and varying materials than just applied decorative elements, which is kind of that was the previous direction in that era when the hotel was there.
And even the first rendering has more of that classical composition. And it comes to mind as I look at your first rendering here of the extended living facility that they built on Maple in Birmingham, east of Woodward. Is it Four Seasons? I forget the name of it. But that has this similar feel to this, where everyone has a balcony and it's much more traditional, and it's a really beautiful project. Obviously, the budget was a little bit different. But in any case, thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you for doing the project. And if you find some extra couch cushion money and you want to do a few build-outs, we would support.
You have a question? Is there any way to, out of order?
You can maybe speak to the gentleman after the meeting. Okay, do you need anything else from us? We need to make a motion? Someone makes a motion, please.
I move to approve the requested site plan amendment for a revised facade design at 454 Auburn Road based on the findings of fact identified in the staff report.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck with the project. All right, we're on to our next item, which is the Hessing. You want to take a break?
Are we bringing back the table now?
I think we're going to do it at the very end, actually. We're now going to eliminate what was SPR 24020, which was the site plan review for Columbia Avenue, because that had been denied. Now we're going to do SPR 2404. It's an informational session. Nathan Stevenson is going to talk with us about 148 East Howard Street site plan review. It's the personal services establishment in retail.
Hello, good evening.
I'm going to present first.
All right, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, so this is a site plan review for 148 East Howard. The applicant is proposing a single-story commercial structure for personal services and retail. The previous structure on site suffered a fire and was demolished in 2023. The applicant subsequently applied for and received a rezoning to C1 local business to allow for redevelopment of the site. The applicant is now proposing a single-story structure with 3 tenant spaces and a parking lot across East Howard. Staff recommends the Planning Commission review the proposed site plans and provide feedback to the applicant in preparation for the September 4th Planning Commission meeting. The subject property was rezoned on January 3rd, 2024 by the Pontiac City Council. The 2 parcels south of East Howard Street were rezoned from R2 to C1, while to the north they were rezoned from R2 to P1. This is a street view. This was taken in December 2023. This is looking south on East Howard towards where the structure is going to go. This is the previous structure. It's going to extend across this entire parcel. It's actually 2 parcels. And then this is looking north from East Howard Street at the corner where they're proposing the parking lot with a crosswalk. Staff conducted a review of the site plans on July 30th and provided feedback on lighting, landscaping, and parking to the applicant. The items identified below are deficiencies in the site plan that must be addressed prior to issuing any approval. The site plan should be revised to include the setbacks on the site plan page. The 2 C1 local business district parcels must be combined, and the 2 P1 parking district parcels also must be combined. Approval of these combinations should be a condition of any future motion to approve. More information is needed on the plans to verify compliance with the frontage design standards. What are the proposed materials? What is the % coverage for each material? What is the % transparency? And will there be any mechanical equipment or service areas visible from the right-of-way? Parking lots in the P1 district must be set back 25 feet from the right-of-way when sharing a street with residential. The parking area will need to be set back from both Gingell Court and East Howard by 25 feet. Parking lots in the P1 district must maintain a type B buffer where adjacent to residential. This is a buffer that is a 6-foot masonry wall or 2 deciduous trees, 8 evergreen trees, and 12 shrubs per 100 feet. Will the second approach off East Howard Street be removed? It doesn't appear to lead anywhere. Will a crosswalk be provided for pedestrian movement across East Howard Street from the parking lots to the place of business? This was discussed during the rezoning hearings. Please identify in the plans what color the parking lot will be striped with. The ordinance permits yellow or white. Please verify in the plans how the parking areas will be paved. A type A buffer is required where the C1 local business parcels are adjacent to residentially zoned parcels. A type A buffer can either be a 6-foot masonry wall with 5-foot landscape buffer space that includes 2 deciduous trees for every 100 feet, or no wall and a 10-foot wide landscape buffer with 1 deciduous tree, 6 evergreen, and 8 shrubs per 100 feet. All parcels must provide 1 tree for every 30 feet of street frontage. It is unclear from the plans if any exterior lighting is proposed. Schematics of the lights must be provided. And photometrics are not required at this time, but will be required at the final site plan stage, and we did receive those. And these are the standards for approval, just the standards you see in the zoning ordinance. And with that, staff's summary is that the structure and layout of the site appear to be suitable for the proposed use, and there are no major risks to the public health, safety, and welfare. However, there are some ordinance compliance deficiencies that need to be addressed prior to bringing this forward to the Planning Commission for a formal decision. And so our recommendation tonight is that the Planning Commission review the plans and provide feedback to the applicant. They have until August 15th to resubmit revised plans in order to be on the September 4th meeting. Any questions?
Thank you for your information. Does anyone have questions for staff? Mike?
No, and a point of personal privilege, I'll be right there.
Okay, very good, thank you. Tim?
No questions right now.
Sure. Christopher, any questions for staff?
No questions at this time.
All right, Sue?
No questions at this time?
Thank you. Sam?
No questions for staff.
All right, nor do I. So if our petitioner can please state your name and address for the record and let us know if you'd like to add some more information.
Zach Astroff, 2640 Water Oaks Drive, West Bloomfield, 48324.
Very good. Is there anything you'd like to add to
Yeah,
the presentation?
I'm the designer, worked on the plans, the building. The civil engineer isn't here, but I can answer any questions that you might have on that. In terms of the deficiencies, we just received those this morning. We plan to comply with all of them. I read through them. Most of them are minor, so we won't be asking for any variances, for anything. Out of the ordinary, building materials we'll have identified for is it September 15th is the next date?
So September 4th.
September 4th, I'm sorry. So we'll have that set. We have photometrics we just got yesterday, and we've submitted those. And I can answer any questions that you may have. I have the owner here as well.
Okay, thank you. I will talk slowly to let Mike sit down again. Do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Tim, anything?
No questions, John.
All right. Christopher?
No questions at this time.
All right. Sue?
No questions at this time.
All right. Sam?
Just a lot of my stuff would have been captured in the staff review. One comment I have though is on the floor plans. I'm seeing egress doors out the south and on the west side of the building.
Right.
But on the plans, it just goes out into the grass. I don't know if you maybe want to provide a sidewalk to reconnect around
I noticed that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll clean that up before the next
Sounds
meeting.
good.
Absolutely.
That's all I have.
Good catch.
Great. And thank you for that. It's an interesting combination of businesses here. The laundromat, of course, we always need to have another nice laundromat. Then the barbershop, very important. And then the banquet facility with about 50 people that can attend or less. Was there a particular thought behind that? There's a kitchen there. Any input on that?
I'm going to have the owner maybe talk about the banquet.
Okay, please.
Nathan Stevenson, my address 290 Liberty Street, in the city of Great Pontiac.
Yay!
We're the heart of Oakland County. Now, what was your question about the banquet hall?
It was interesting that you're going to put in a smaller banquet hall. So any thoughts behind that, where that came from?
I'm a deacon in my church, and we have, I was thinking of maybe doing this is just me off the cuff, of doing maybe an after-school program, where we can tutor children, have them come, for a couple hours after. I guess I wasn't even thinking about charging, you know what I mean, like you have latchkey or something, because I know a lot of parents, they work a little past 5 o'clock or after school hours. But yeah, I was thinking of just a banquet hall as a nice thing for birthdays, bar mitzvahs, whatever could be done.
Great. It's just a nice surprise. I'm sure it'll be very lovely because it'll be all nice and fresh and new. I don't have any other questions. I think if you have the information from staff and everything was looking like what sounds like it should be for what you need to bring back to us, I don't think we need anything else from you, right? Anybody else?
Yeah, unless Planning Commission has feedback on the proposal. I mean, really, that's what the purpose of this is.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
I just want to very briefly acknowledge that I'm sure it's a stressful process. I want to thank you for your perseverance in trying to rebuild. The surrounding vicinity will be better for it, and the city overall will be better for it. So thank you for not throwing in the towel and keeping going.
And I appreciate you so much, the whole board.
Thank you. And thank you for using a lot of brick on your facade. We appreciate that too. All right. So we look forward to seeing you at our next meeting. Thank you very much. Thanks for being your patience this evening as well. Okay. So now we can, would you like to bring back up our petitioner now that we have floor plans?
We need a motion to take it off the table.
I make that motion to pull that from the table and revisit the matter.
Second.
Support? Aye. We all say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you.
We do not have the basement. There is a rendering on the basement, but it's not, I don't think it's in final completed form for the company. But this is showing the first, second, and third floors. And Chris, if you want to come up, get a copy of this.
So the circles in all of these floor plans, does that represent a table or does that represent a support of the building? If we can have our applicant come back up and help clarify that.
It looks like they're in each of the kitchens, but that's a valid question.
It's so significant. It's a pretty big table.
Sorry about that. It is for the 1 hour demising wall. If you see on the left, that's just showing where the demising wall is.
The circle? We're talking about the circles that seem like they're close to the
I'm sorry, I
kitchen.
thought you were talking about the ones on the left. It's not for, I believe it, hold on. It's been a second since I've looked at these. It's definitely not for a table.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I? Mona?
Yes,
May I?
please, go ahead, Sue.
Is it for the radius for wheelchair, ADA?
I believe, I don't want to say yes or no, I don't know.
Okay.
Well, they wouldn't be able to get up to the second or third floor if they're in a wheelchair unless there's no elevator.
I'm going to ask our building official to take a picture, so, if give me a couple minutes and maybe I can get an educated answer from someone that reviews these things normally.
Thank you.
But the important dynamic, the reason why Commissioner Sinclair in part wanted to get a good grasp of this, it could influence whether there's the need for this parking crunch, right? Commissioner Sinclair, you're trying to assess, because we still will ultimately have future site plan actions that come before us. This is a rare scenario where parking is so contingent on whether and where to rezone. And so that's why we would not traditionally do this deep of a dive on a zoning or rezoning or a conditional rezoning, but it's a lot hinges on just how many people be living in that building, because that means how many people need to be parking for that building.
No, he's trying to get some information on the floor plan for us. So it looks like the bedrooms themselves are 9.3 by 9.3.
Just for the single bedroom.
That's for one of them. There's another one on the other side of the stairs. It's 10 by 11 and a half.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And again, if you see where the staircase is, those are the load-bearing wall, the Y wall, so that's why we're limited.
Gotcha. So would those 9 by 3s, 9 by 7s, do those accommodate a double bed or are they only a twin?
I believe you can even get a full.
You could get a full?
Yeah.
It's gonna be snug.
I mean, I live in Royal Oak. Our bedrooms are not that big. I have a king in mine, so I don't think,
Uh-huh.
Our building official thinks that represents the dining area. That's just an architectural drawing. I mean, nothing, he doesn't believe it's anything official.
Okay, thank you for checking. So I pivot back to Sue. As you're looking at this, tell me what your thoughts.
Microphone?
The bedrooms are small, but they meet code. They're big enough. The den and the libraries are really bedrooms.
Yeah, because they have closets.
Right. I'm counting 39 bedrooms.
Not counting the basement.
Nope. That's 43. The way I looked at it is if you didn't use the parking on Mark and just use that, I got 32 spaces. And in the front along, I know we're not supposed to consider off-street parking, but you can get at least on the front side, 7 cars. That's 39. Is there parking on Liberty?
No.
No parking on Liberty?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. So if you didn't do the basement apartments, which if you just consider these 3 floors, you need 43 spots.
Liberty's parkable.
It is?
I think so.
I thought that you couldn't.
Anyone know?
Is it? Okay.
There are no parking places on Liberty, but in general, it's parkable.
When I look at the site, Dwight doesn't have the density that Mark does. I would rather consider the on-street parking in front of the building, which doesn't tend to be utilized now, so I don't think that's a detriment to the neighborhood. That is a two-way street, whereas Mark is just a one-way street. So if you've got 32 on the actual site itself, plus 7 in front is 39, you could use Liberty to make up the balance. That's kind of where I'm looking. I'm not in favor of using Mark for parking. I think you're going to have problems plowing snow. Where do you put it? It's very invasive to the neighbor on the north side. And just because it's a one-way street and there are R2, there are, I don't want to call it multifamily, but there are several buildings on Mark that are multiple family, not R3, so two family, like the one on the corner, and then you've got 2 mid-block. I think that's better. I would rather not use Mark. I think you're directing traffic in an odd way where you come in and I appreciate the intent of making it one way only in, but I would just rather utilize on-street parking and in the front of the building without using Mark. I don't think it's that stretch in that area. I think you can still do it.
Which is essentially what it was when the building was built.
Right.
And there's less money spent on trying to acquire the lot, even if it's not a lot of money, if it's something that the city's trying to So it's not a detriment that it stays as a green space. It's too narrow to build upon, is that correct? What's the? Is it?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And to put parking there as it is now, you would need a variance because you need a 10-foot buffer on either side.
Mm-hmm.
The lot is 40 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
So with the parking spot too, you need variances on it.
Or a waiver from planning commission.
Does it work for your development? Do you need the parking on Mark Street?
The what?
Or are you doing that because you have to, because of the numbers?
Because of the numbers of the amount of bedrooms and everything, that's where we would need.
But you
the
think it
extra
would work
parking.
as a development on your end without having that, if you can get enough street parking? It's not official.
Yeah, I mean, if it works or there's enough street parking, I don't see why not. I think our main concern was obviously getting the building approved with the number of units, the cost of the development, we base it on the number of units, estimated rents and everything like that. So with the costs at hand, having those units, it made sense for us as well. So if there's a way to make it work, I mean, from day one, I think we've been, for whatever can work, we'll be happy with.
I would like to see it utilized as it originally was intended, and I definitely would like to come back and see it. I would like to see the site plan again. I think the homeowner across the street on Liberty has valid concerns. You've got, if you put 32 spots in there with traffic coming in and out, basically straight across from her driveway, maybe the egress, ingress, maybe the curb cut, I guess is what I'm saying, needs to be relocated so it's not directly across from her property.
That's something we can definitely do. We were going off of the existing curb cut.
Right.
But if it helps, then that's something we can do definitely.
I mean, 30 cars coming in and out with headlight, right in your front yard, you're not going to want that. But I definitely think that's a viable solution for you.
I think we can definitely do that. Move the entrance, the exit and entrance for her.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
I do think that it would be, we might think it solves the neat and tidiness of not having a unique parking parcel or a parking connector, but I imagine the neighborhood would be quite frustrated if it's a massive increase in on-street parking. I mean, so it's just something to consider and weigh. So I just want us to be cognizant of that. I mean, we might solve a front-end problem, but it's going to metastasize to a back-end problem in terms of, the quality of the neighborhood, the caliber of the neighborhood, the frustration of neighbors, When you have a lot of people living in close proximity, obviously life gets in the way, life happens, but that's the point of us planning. We're trying to plan and anticipate what's the most, I want us to consider not just that, the neighbors on either side. I want to think about all the parcels surrounding, what's going to be the least painful for the neighborhood that makes it still viable. I do have a question for staff, though. When is the time for the waiver to be made by Planning Commission? Would that be site plan? Would that be at the conditional, the rezoning?
That is at the site plan level, and typically as part of the processes you've seen before when it comes to other site plans, it's a condition of approval, where Planning Commission grants the waiver of parking for this many parking spots. It is typically a condition of approval of a preliminary site plan to memorialize that.
Go ahead, Sam has a question.
Yeah, I appreciate what you guys did to try to make the Mark parcel work, but I'm inclined to agree with Sue that I just would rather not see that included at all. And living in the neighborhoods around Huron Street, I can say for a fact that on-street parking is just an accepted practice. There's a person a block away from me who has 6 cars. 3 of them semi-permanently live on the street, and he's
technically that is against code. They shouldn't be parked there forever.
I won't rat him
touche.
out, but he's not the only one. There's many people in those neighborhoods who park 1 or more cars on the street, And if that's what it takes to turn a blighted, abandoned building into a new home for many people, then that's something I'm inclined to accept.
I have a follow-up question.
Please.
Would we be able to consider, or would we be able to make a recommendation of approval or denial that sort of splits the baby once more? I mean, what's the legal standing that we have for that? The applicant has asked for the conditional rezoning, excuse me, is it conditional?
Yes, that's correct.
It is conditional. Okay, I didn't want to misrepresent. So conditional rezoning for these parcels, which will become one parcel, but that we have the ability to say, these two parcels, we recommend approval, and this one parcel, we recommend denial. Is that something that is even viable?
Yes, absolutely. So if you recall, a couple of months ago, we did a very similar thing in which on this exact application, there were 4 parcels brought before you. And at that time, the Planning Commission did move to bifurcate that consideration and recommended the approval of 2 of those and recommended denial of 2 of those. And the Planning Commission can do a similar thing here. I will say as a point of order, this is not a request to approve this parking. It is a request to rezone these 3 parcels from R2 to R3. And it is a conditional request, which would mean that if it were both recommended for approval by the Planning Commission and ultimately recommended by the council, and I know Mark went over this before, I just want to reiterate, if this is not completed within 2 years, then it automatically reverts back to that R2. So there are some protections there for the city.
So, if I may, is there a disadvantage with allowing it to be zoned that way, and even though that may not be used as a parking lot? So he doesn't have to go through this all over again? In other words, getting him he doesn't want to use it as a parking lot as of right now, but it kind of leaves Mike's option open, so it could be converted to a parking lot, whereas right now it can't be without having to go through this process again.
Correct.
Is it worth allowing it to, or looking at allowing it to go through the way it is, but not making it necessary that he has to use that parking lot to do the master or the site plan?
I mean, and that might be the applicant offering a condition that if Planning Commission doesn't grant the waiver at the site plan process, that this property would revert back to the R2 zoning. Morgan, would that be, if the applicant volunteered that, to city council, it would ultimately be to city council. You can state that tonight, but that, really it defers to the site plan process and getting that waiver. And if they get that waiver from Planning Commission, then this would revert. But if he doesn't get that waiver, then he would be required to seek remedy, and this parcel is important for that process.
Yeah, and the applicant can offer whatever conditions that it deems appropriate in writing. So those conditions have to be offered in writing voluntarily by the applicant. But I will reiterate that this parcel is not currently owned by the applicant. So we are rezoning, if both the Planning Commission recommends approval and the City Council then adopts that recommendation, we're recommending to rezone that 95 mark parcel to R3, and it is owned by the city. If the applicant gets their waiver and chooses not to go through with that option to purchase, then it would be zoned R3, which would be multifamily. And I'm sure, Mark, you can explain that there are conditions on the development of that particular parcel as R3. My guess is, given the size of that lot, it probably wouldn't be able to be developed as R3. So it would either automatically revert back to R2, or there would have to be another application to rezone that parcel alone. So really, because it individually cannot be, and Mark, clarify, because I'm not as familiar as the zoning ordinance as you are, but because that 95 mark parcel likely cannot be developed as an R3 parcel in and of itself and wouldn't be able to be separately used for parking exclusively under the R3 zoning district,
Nope.
then it is unlikely that that would be utilized in any sort of way separate from this particular development in a way that would negatively affect the surrounding neighboring properties, because it would either have to be used in conjunction with this particular development, or likely would have to be rezoned again, probably to an R1, if I had to guess.
I concur with you. Yeah, you cannot use this property for off-site parking. You cannot use this as a parking lot for adjacent residential. We have protections in the zoning code. That's why we have the off-site P1 zoning district. That's why commercial properties, that parking lot has to be on that commercial property. But there's not a way to have a parking lot on here otherwise, unless it's part of the same property as the multifamily residential for 94 Dwight.
So since Mark is owned by Pontiac, if we take it out of this zoning request, that's seemingly like it makes perfect sense, or am I wrong?
The worry there is, of course, that if you simply recommend denial of that particular parcel, and then the applicant receives approval for the rezoning for R3 for the two parcels, the other two parcels, for the Dwight parcels, and then the applicant comes back before this planning commission. Of course, I know it's the same body, but comes back before the planning commission and doesn't receive that waiver for parking. Then they have this R3 building that they cannot then develop because they don't meet those parking requirements. I suppose they'd have to go back to ZBA. But whereas if you just recommend approval of all three tonight and you can later decide and have that option.
Okay. Just to keep the show on the road.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Go ahead, sir.
And if it reverts, or if it stays R3, you can build single family in R3, correct?
Correct.
So there's no reason to do anything to it, isn't it? Am I right? Because we're not worried about a parking lot being built. That was the only concern.
I think the required parcel width would make it prohibitive to be redeveloped.
To just clarify that.
For the R3, right?
If it's R3.
Correct.
Yeah, if it's R3 and a single standalone parcel, it's only 40 feet wide, it has to be 80, I believe. So it wouldn't be allowed to be developed.
A single family, yes. Multifamily is what Corey's referring to.
But single family could be built there, right? I mean, somebody could build a house there. It's all R3.
Let's look that up real quick. Okay.
Anyway, I don't mean to be the
No,
dead
that's
horse.
okay. They're going to check something. Go ahead, Sue.
Yeah, Corey is actually correct. It would be an unbuilt, because this parcel is slated to be combined with the other properties, it does meet the requirements for R3, but it is not a buildable lot as a standalone parcel for anything. So, thank you, Corey. Yep.
I just wanted to add, so if we rezoned 94 and 104 Dwight to R3 and didn't include 95 Mark, you can still develop the parcel. If they don't get the parking waiver, you would just have to adjust the site plan and the number of bedrooms to coincide with the amount of parking available. Did you follow me?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
It just runs slightly counter to the street parking consideration.
And, it may not make it cost prohibitive to redevelop. I mean, I don't want to say that for the applicant, but.
No, that's exactly what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
If we can't get the amount of units, it's already over $2 million for this thing to get done and done the right way. So we need that amount of, those number of units and bedrooms for it to actually make a profit in the future. It's a big project.
Okay, so with all that being said, I think we need a motion.
Should we discuss a general consensus whether or not people are amicable to a parking variance before we vote?
Well, I'm okay with that, and it comes down to us as opposed to city council making that determination on the parking.
No, city council makes the rezoning, City council makes the rezoning decision. You can poll each other, to see what the temperature is on a parking waiver. I think that's a more appropriate term.
Mm-hmm.
That's not binding what you're deciding tonight at all. And so, and that is not an official decision this evening. Does it help guide Planning Commission a little bit? Sure. But I think the applicant and Planning Commission should be aware that in no way, shape, or form is that an official declaration that there is going to be a parking waiver, or not a parking waiver.
I don't see this really any different than Casa del Rey.
But that, you had a site plan and a parking waiver in the same evening. So that's the difference here. This is a rezoning request. This is not a site plan request.
Mike had a statement.
I was just going to, we can go down the line. Philosophically, I'm very receptive to parking waivers.
Go ahead, Tim.
I still have the gut reaction that we approve it as is right now, and then we peel it back, because if we all have this nice little kumbaya, but then half of us are gone in 6 months, or we change our minds, and he's got to lower the number of units, then it kind of kills his plan as far as a developer goes. So I guess I'm still trying to I'm missing the idea of why it's a disadvantage to just zone it, R3 right now. And then it reverts on that property, reverts in 2 years anyway. Is that correct or no?
That's correct.
Yep.
On the one piece?
Or all three pieces.
But if he only develops the main building but doesn't develop the mark lot, what happens to that? I mean, that's the only.
We may need a condition of approval. I don't think the zoning would revert, but we may need a condition of approval. It may stay R3.
That's an easier change for somebody to come to us and say, hey, we want to change it to R1 or whatever it is, versus putting him in a sticky position where he puts the plans together, is going to drop a couple $1 million into this thing, and then we say, well, you need less bedrooms. And then now his numbers don't work anymore. So he probably needs to know that now.
So it's a dual question. I am philosophically open to waivers, but I don't have great concern about recommending an R3 for the combined concept for procedural purposes of the development. But I may be in the minority on that, but that's my perspective.
I will say, as a point of order, if you're truly concerned about whether or not this specifically 95 mark will revert after 2 years if it is not developed, you could bifurcate it, recommend in approval of a straight rezoning for 94 Dwight and 104 Dwight from R2 to R3, and then recommend a conditional rezoning for 95 Mark with the condition that was offered by the applicant. And then that would treat ultimately, if the city council approved both of those, would ultimately treat the 95 Mark as a separate conditional rezoning, which would automatically revert after 2 years if that parcel was not developed.
And do we need
Wait, hold on, Mark. We're combining these parcels, so would that happen before or after?
Yeah, but if I can ask Morgan on this, doesn't a rezoning not necessarily have to follow the parcels? So even though it's a combined parcel, I would see it, we would need two legal descriptions for each of these, but I think you can have a combined parcel with 2 rezonings as part of it, from my history, both in Ohio and Michigan.
But generally, we don't do the combination until later in the site plan process, usually after it's gone to Planning Commission, so they would know by that time.
Yeah.
And the 95 Mark would be bound by the conditional rezoning agreement, which would specifically have that reversion language, so we would be safe.
Okay.
And do we already have the conditional rezoning for 95, or do we need it in writing from him still?
We do already have that conditional rezoning because the 95 Mark, specifically the condition that was offered, was those diagonal spaces facing away from the adjacent parcels.
Okay.
So if we bifurcate it, it's not like we need that additional condition we were talking about, that if it wasn't developed or if you didn't get the parking waiver, it reverts back. Being that it is a conditional rezoning, I think that parking waiver there's no need to add an additional condition, just the way conditional rezonings work, if that makes sense.
All right, so who's going to jump in and put it on the table?
I like that idea.
Oh.
Do you feel bold?
Do you want me to give you an example of a motion?
Yes,
Okay.
please. We would love that.
I would recommend that whoever chooses to make a motion would move to bifurcate consideration of application ZMA 24-003 to consider separately the the application to rezone 94 Dwight and 104 Dwight in one rezoning, and consideration of 95 Mark in a separate rezoning.
Just like that.
So moved.
I move to recommend bifurcation to consider ZMA 24-003 as two separate rezonings, the first being 94 and 104 Dwight Avenue considered together as a straight rezoning, and 95 Mark Avenue as a conditional rezoning.
Ding, ding, ding. Nice. Excellent work. All right. All right. All in favor?
Aye for bifurcation.
Aye. Any nays?
Do we need a?
I have a question before we vote.
Okay. Calling for the, discussion there.
So what happens if he doesn't purchase the lot?
Sits for 2 years, it reverts back, or we do it if somebody wants to build on it. They come to us.
It's not a developable lot unless it's combined with, because the minimum I want to correct is actually 50 feet for R3. So it has to be combined. So another developer could come in within 2 years and come to Planning Commission and go through that same process. But if this bifurcation goes forward, really it's going to revert back just as we talked about. So, and no matter who owns the property. Does that help answer the question at least? I know there's.
I don't feel comfortable with it. I just don't.
So you're saying you're voting nay
On bifurcation.
on the bifurcation?
Oh, no, I am voting for bifurcation.
Okay, that's what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Christopher, are you for or against?
I would be for it. One, it's a recommendation to the city council, I understand. And hopefully our wishes can be carried forward to the city council. And then also there will be another public hearing, so hopefully we can discuss that it will be discussed at the public hearing and made known.
All right, so. that
Oh,
will-
not for site plan, no. But the, I guess, did I miss the point where the parking waiver would come in? The parking waiver would have to come in before the site plan, correct?
After.
After site plan?
Not today. It's not part of this.
The waiver happens as part of the site plan approval. It would be a condition that you make.
Okay, good, yeah. Then given that condition, I would say yay.
Okay, so do you have your vote count?
Wait, is it 4-2?
I think we all.
I would recommend just doing it as a roll call since there's confusion.
Commissioner Henley?
And this is on bifurcation?
Yes, to bifurcate.
All right, Commissioner Sinclair?
Yes to bifurcate.
Commissioner Northcross?
Yes to bifurcate.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yes to bifurcate.
Commissioner McGinnis?
Yes to bifurcate.
Commissioner Parlov?
Yes to bifurcate.
Motion passes.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, now we are on to the McKenna Master Plan.
No. We still need a decision.
Oh, I thought we just did that part. I thought that was all wrapped in there.
We still need motions to City Council for now 2 of these rezoning requests. One for the residential parcels and then the other one for the Mark property.
Okay. I move to recommend approval of the proposed straight rezoning of 94 and 104 Dwight Avenue from R2 to R3 based on the findings of fact identified in the staff report. End sentence.
Support.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, unanimous.
All right.
Next.
I move to recommend approval of the proposed conditional rezoning of 95 Mark Avenue from R2 to R3 based on the findings of fact identified in the staff report and with the conditions offered by the applicant.
All in favor? Aye. All right. Thank you for your patience. See you at City Council. All right, now we're doing the McKenna Master Plan.
So let me just introduce Paul and Alexis, right? Absolutely. So the city has hired McKenna. I've shared this before. They are our consultant for the master plan process. I'm going to quote, or I'll let Paul say his little stick line, but we're very excited they're doing this. There's about a 20-minute presentation planned. This has been provided to City Council. This is really geared to really get Planning Commission on board. This is the first of 4 touch points with Planning Commission as a whole to review. Now, I would consider this more of an orientation and really an opportunity for Planning Commission to ask McKenna and staff any questions through this process. And we are, over the next week, I think there's a lot of things that are going to be going out in the public in terms of yard signs and websites and trying to get a lot of momentum to get the community really involved in this master plan process. And Morgan, I think we're good, but I do have a question for you outside real quick, so. Yep. And so Paul Lippens will be doing the presentation. This is a PDF. Do you mind helping him? Oh, yeah, absolutely. And then, yeah, Alexis Farrell is from McKenna. It's very similar.
Thank you, Morgan.
Have a good night, guys.
You too. Zip, zip, zip.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Good evening, Planning Commission.
Good evening.
We are having a great night.
Yes, we are.
There's It's always good in a planning commission meeting when I start like looking through the zoning code and I'm like one to get in on the discussion. So it was lively and fun, and I appreciate your process. So thank you for having us here. We are very excited to be kicking off the master plan process with the city, and Mark nailed it. Although when he gets back, I'm going to have to get him to tell me what little zinger he thought I was going to say, because I don't know. Maybe I'll say it, maybe I won't. But I am here with my team, and we have a couple partners on this process, and Elnora Estelle and Gibbs Planning Group, as well as a bunch of talented people that I work with on a daily basis, and Alexis is here tonight. Alexis is also managing a housing study that we are doing concurrently with this, so you'll see both of us a lot. Just kind of go over, mainly what I want to cover is the Planning Commission's role in this process and kick off our public engagement. We do have a little bit of demographics analysis prepared. I gave a similar presentation to City Council. We're also going to do a webinar where I do this, which will be more of a ongoing archive for the project so that residents can come back and see this as the initial kind of kickoff to the process. So really we're right at the start, and we're looking forward to getting a lot of public engagement as we roll into this. Master plans are a very important document. We talked a lot tonight at the Planning Commission meeting about zoning, and you actually had rezoning tonight, and I think there was a text amendment that they dealt with too. And when you make these decisions, one of the biggest things that is important for the city to ask is this aligned with our plans? Do our plans support these development decisions that we're making? And that's the exciting thing about doing a planning process, is that we are able to think 20 years out, think even 50 years out, 100 years out. What do we want the city to be? And then when we get into the zoning and think about rezonings, we can think about what do we want to happen today. Are our decisions today and our regulations today actually implementing our plans and our vision for the city? And public input is essential to this process. We know, because we work in a lot of communities and we love when we have the opportunity to work with people, that the community members are the experts. The people that live here, the people that do business here, are the people that know the most about what the needs and aspirations are for the city. And this is an opportunity for us to hear those and help take those ideas and wants and needs and turn them into city policy with planning commissioners, with city council, and with the leaders of the city staff. So it's very important that we are diligent and broad-reaching with our community engagement process. It's also important to know that master plans are recommended and really required by the state's Planning Enabling Act to be updated every 5 years. So we are allowed to think long-term, but recognize that this is a process we want to instill as a living document that can be consistently updated and readjusted to align with the vision for the city as residents change, as people grow older, and as the economy changes and the needs change. So shall the master plan. So this is one step in setting city policy, and it's a step that we hope aligns with the vision for the future. So this is a real opportunity for residents, and we hope that we talk to and reach many people and hear about the wants, needs, aspirations as we look to set the policy for the future. We have a specific role for Planning Commission in this process, and part of that role is actually outlined by the state's Planning Enabling Act. I like to think of the Planning Commission as the shepherd for the planning process. There are some key decision points in the process that will only happen with Planning Commission's review. And we do have an ongoing public engagement process, which will include surveys and in-person meetings, as well as some informal interactions. And we encourage Planning Commission to participate in that part of the process to the extent that we are required to by the Open Meetings Act. We will publicly advertise meetings where we anticipate the entire commission being there at as official meetings so that you would be permitted to be there. And we just also ask that Planning Commission work with staff to identify where those meetings are. And if you run into each other at meetings, treat it the same way that you would running to someone at the store. Don't discuss official Planning Commission meeting, and make sure that you're not that you don't have a quorum in any discussion. But otherwise, these are public meetings. These are policy setting meetings. We want the involvement of all of Planning Commission and all of council, and we'll want to make all the public meetings noticed and meetings where all of those decision-making bodies are invited to be present. You will be the reviewing body for the draft plan, and you have some roles in that process. When there is a draft plan and it's ready for the state 63-day public review period, it is Planning Commission that does that first review of that draft, and you recommend to City Council the initiation of a 63-day public review period, which only happens when there's a complete draft. And that period will be a time when every community member has the opportunity to review the plan and, think about the plan, make comments on the plan informally through our website, but really prepare for the next part of the process, which is the public hearing. And you had a few public hearings tonight. And the official plan, the official public hearing on the master plan is held by the Planning Commission in this room, and residents will have an opportunity to formally, as a part of a public hearing, make any comments they want to make on the master plan process prior to the adoption process. And that is also the process where the Planning Commission has the most important role, because similar to what you did tonight, you will make a recommendation to council to approve or deny the adoption of the master plan. And you will then, only after your decision, be able to forward it to council for their consideration. Once the plan is adopted, you're also the body that really implements it. And I think that's an important thing to remember about every site plan you review, when you discuss building design, when you discuss how lots are situated, even potentially making changes to the minimum lot size, for instance. We were just talking about a lot that is 40 feet in width, and that the one-family restriction in the R2 district is 60 feet for one family. In the R3 district, it's 50 feet for one family. Those standards can be updated if the policy supports it. So, for instance, if you want to encourage more housing, you can then realign your minimum lot standards to permit more types of housing development. And only can you do that if your plan says, we support more mixes of housing in the city, and we think we should update our lot standards accordingly. And that's how those processes go together. So when we have this plan, it should make it easier for you to make those decisions, because you'll be a part of creating the plan, and it will be endorsed by the public process that we're going through. We're also lucky with this process that the city staff and working with city council has already developed 7 focus areas for the project. So we are working with a steering committee and subcommittees to identify goals, objectives, and actions around these working areas or these focus areas. And we will be working with city staff and residents in the public engagement process to validate and to identify more strategies around these areas. I do want to say that downtown and commercial uses, transportation walkability, historic preservation, future land uses, redevelopment, neighborhoods and housing, these are all interesting things, but I'm really also very encouraged that workforce development is a part of this plan, and it is kind of a spoken goal of something that we should do as part of this process. I think it sets us up to address some unique things, and shows foresight on the city and on city council for putting that at the forefront of this process, and I'm excited to be working on that as well. So, just a little bit about, I mentioned this, vision, goals, objectives, strategies. We need projects, real things on the ground that will get things done. But having an action plan that's actually oriented around policies helps to tell you the how and the why and the when. So really, we're going to be working to develop goals, objectives, and strategies for each of these focus areas so that the plan can be actionable. We have an opportunity to work with residents to identify, the actions and the needs, but then put it all in a structure that can make things happen and make things happen within a timeline. Some examples in our kickoff meeting with the steering committee about what people were thinking for their vision. This is just kind of people's top priorities when we asked them. And, safety, growth, prosperity. There was a lot about affordability, affordable housing, addressing working needs, creating racial equity and addressing social issues, economic growth, employment. I think the types of things that the steering committee is interested definitely aligns with the 7 focus areas that were outlined by City Council, and we will continue to validate through discussions with community members these types of strategies and needs for the city. We also asked about some big ideas, and I thought it showed a little bit of savviness from our steering committee that zoning changes were right up there. I think people are aware that things on the ground happens by having these regulations, and that through a planning process we can create opportunities to amend those regulations. But also, road improvements, addressing transportation, creating arts and culture, events like the Taste of Pontiac, providing for more businesses, thinking about shopping, thinking about housing diversity, thinking about historical preservation. There's a lot of great things and great opportunities, and this is just a sample for tonight to show you some of the things that the steering committee is already starting to think about. We are working on an ambitious schedule, but this is a schedule that is certainly doable. I've managed schedules of this timeline for many communities, and I think one of the things we have going for us is we have a staff that is really engaged, and sometimes I think about my staff as an extension of the city department. So we work for Mark and Mark's team and ultimately for you and the mayor to basically supplement your staff for this time period to make sure you have that additional capacity to get this project done. We were asked by City Council to put these meetings on the calendar so that we can be communicating all of the engagement opportunities from the beginning, starting with our City Council meeting that we had 2 weeks ago. And then tonight, this is the second meeting. And what we're doing right now is we're introducing the process. On Monday, I will give a virtual webinar that is much the same, but the idea there is to create on the city's Facebook Live page a living artifact, an ongoing artifact where people can see some of this initial information. And it'll probably focus it'll be a little bit more formal. I'll introduce the why planning stuff that I've done tonight. I'll spend a little more time on the demographics research in the webinar so that people can see a little bit more expanded than I'm doing tonight. And then we do have a community outreach meeting planned at Ruth Peterson Center on August 28th. And just to run through our other engagement opportunities, we are, I would say 75% of the locations have been identified, and we're working to identify them all so we can launch all of those on Monday at this virtual webinar. But we do have a town hall meeting and another virtual webinar scheduled in September, and then on October we'll have 2 community outreach meetings spaced throughout the month. In November, we'll be back at Planning Commission in November to do a report back, and at that time we will really have alternatives identified. We will have some recommendations that we're vetting and working on finalizing through the next series of engagement activities, which include another town hall meeting and a community outreach meeting, and then a similar presentation towards the end of November outlining some of the strategies that have been identified at that time. In December, we will be looking to have more of a final plan, a draft plan that will be ready for consideration, and the idea is that we would have that meeting in December where planning commissioners would have a full draft plan and be prepared to make a vote to start a 63-day review period on that plan. and then City Council would be able to make the decision to initiate that 63-day review period. So our goal is to really have a draft plan prepared to be reviewed by members of the public for the first several months of 2025. And our virtual webinar in December will also share the contents of that plan so people can go back and reference it and be prepared to review and to provide comments on that draft. So that is the overall. I'm going to pause here because the first part of the presentation tonight was the why plan, what Planning Commission's role is, and review of our process and the engagement activities. And I would say that is the meat of the presentation, and I know it is 10 o'clock. I don't know how much appetite you have for demographics and research, but I'm going to pause and see if you'd like that part of the presentation or if you'd prefer to either review the presentation I gave at Plan Commission or at City Council, which is online, or even tune in to the presentation on Monday, which will have a longer demographics piece.
So the choice is you can continue and finish with what you brought, or we can tune in other locations?
Yes.
How much longer for what you have?
I could try to do it in 10. I know I had 20 minutes, and have I already used my 20?
Is this the demographics you did at the last, or the community?
It is. It's the same presentation that I gave at City Council.
We've all seen the same stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I didn't feel like I got anything special about it.
Yeah, it's what we're covering are some of the basics about some of the
It
findings.
just sets the baseline so Planning Commission, City Council, and the community understands who we are today, and that really helps us move forward about where we want to go.
I would request, I don't know if it's too late, but I would request bringing in some of our code enforcement actions over the past few months, because I think there's some significant things in there about what's happening in different areas of the city, and also I think it talks about the effectiveness of our zoning ordinance to be able to predict how well different items will situate next to each other.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good suggestion. Yeah.
But in terms of getting, if this is the same information that we've already received,
We'll just review outside of the chamber. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, Mark, I was going to ask, was there in your intro, you said there was a zinger you thought I would say or something like that, and I don't know if I said it.
So I stepped out real quick, but did you make the Uber comparison to
I
Planning
didn't
Commission?
do that one.
Okay,
That's a good
awesome.
one.
I did want to point out, if you go back to the dates that are on here, and this is for Planning Commission and the public, for anyone in the audience or watching at home, the virtual webinar is on the city's Facebook page. Paul, is that confirmed at 6 p.m. next week? Do we have a time confirmed?
We don't have a time confirmed, but I believe we have a meeting at 6 p.m. So I was thinking that we would do it around in the afternoon, around 2 or 3
And the city's
p.m.
going to advertise on our Facebook when that actually will be. And you can watch it later. It's just the live one. There'll be some interactive things. Is that correct?
Yeah, anyone that is able to participate online, they should be able to make comments during the presentation. The advantage to doing a Facebook Live is that it will be there as an artifact on Facebook, so people can continue to comment and view it in a place where they're used to going and seeing it. We also know that Facebook will translate into any language, but if I know that there is a large Hispanic population in the city and there are Spanish speakers, so those individuals would be able to use Facebook and get a translation feature using that Facebook. So we thought that was a good place to do our streaming events.
And the second thing is the community outreach meeting. The first one is on August 28th. It's going to be held in the evening at the Ruth Peterson Center off of Joslin Road. Now, can you just briefly describe for the public why they want to come and what a community outreach meeting exactly is?
Yeah, people should come or would want to come because this is a real opportunity to talk about the place that you live and the different types of things that you want to see for improving your physical neighborhood, the types of businesses you want to see, the types of homes you want to see. It is also a place where if there are issues that you want to see fixed, things that are in need of maintenance, things that are in need of improvement, any safety issues. You know, I think people many times might come to a planning commission or a council meeting with those issues, but some of them are actually long-term issues that need policies and strategies around them. And the master plan is the best time to actually think long-term about some of those improvements that need to be done.
The remaining locations we are finalizing, and we hope to publish that within the next week. But we're trying to pick different places throughout the city to have both these town halls and the community outreach meetings. So.
My Uber comparison is, and this is helpful for members of the public that maybe don't work with planners a lot, is I say, you know, if you need to get someplace, you know where you want to go. You know, you are the expert in the city. You're going to say, I want to go to this place. So I'm a driver. I might say, I know the best place to get there. So I kind of see myself as a taxi driver, a cab driver in this. I've done this a lot. I want to hear about the community, but when it's time to actually drive, get there the quickest, you know, put a little trust in me and my planning team that, yeah, we'll get you there. And, you know, that's our job. We want to listen, want to learn, and we want to make the right turns and get us to the destination.
And the city's goal in this is really to create a plan that is respected, it is actionable, and it is foundational. So we're not, if we don't cover everything in this master plan, we're setting up the basis that we can use this master plan to do future plans and future partnerships and whatnot. And it's very important for a city to have this, and it's a wonderful time as we're reimagining this city at the moment. So,
excellent.
Out of emergency management. So,
yes,
yeah.
Thank you. Excellent.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
You may.
Yeah. Where does all this information reside? Is there a website where someone can get to it? I hear the Facebook page, but is there also a companion website?
Yes, there is. And it has not launched yet, but it will be called visionpontiac.com. And I believe we will have it launched on Monday. Our goal as part of our webinar on Monday is to kind of launch the public part of this process on that date. We are also launching a survey. So immediately at that time, people will be able to go to an online website and start interacting with the survey. We are creating a map element so people can put down on this map some visual dots of different features that they might want to see. I think it's going to be really fun and exciting place to visit. There will also be a place where we will store our schedule, special meeting information, flyers, visionpontiac.com, and it will be launched. We're working with the city's communications staff this week on branding materials. We're also making signs that will be put out around the city. So it's exciting, and it's starting very quickly.
Great. Thank you for taking the lead on this. I know that there were several people that wanted to do it, so congratulations to McKenna.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a privilege. We're really excited to be working with the city.
We're excited for you to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we are on to staff communications.
So we just met 2 weeks ago, so there hasn't been a lot at City Council. First reading for the former Purdue School was held last week. The second reading is tomorrow. I think that's the only imminent item that is there. We do have the moratorium in place, but that was done earlier in July. I did want to share, it's not really part of the Planning Commission, but the city's been working with Motor Trend and Roadkill Nights, and it is actually taking place on M1 Concourse and not on Woodward this year. I know some signs were up, but I just wanted to kind of communicate that. I think a little bit more will be discussed at City Council tomorrow night. So,
and that happens on Saturday of this week.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep. So, with that, it has been a long night, and I've said before, 94 Dwight is a very interesting case. Thank you for working through this. We hope we don't have too many of these cases, but sometimes you're learning how to work together, and I'm actually noticing that from a staff perspective, so it's a good thing. We're No special meeting in August, so enjoy your 4 weeks off, and look forward to seeing you on September 4th. We expect a busy agenda, but not an overloaded one. And I also did want to share, we did get an application for Crystal Lake, the shores of Crystal Lake. However, it's an incomplete application, so we're working with them to get the required submittal materials. This is a rezoning, but it is a different type of rezoning with the MUD standards. So there's a development agreement involved, there's traffic studies involved, it's a concept plan. We will walk you through that, but it's not something that goes forward just as quickly as the regular rezonings. But we will let you know when that gets slated for an agenda item. So
this is a different group than the other Crystal Lake group. Are these the people that were here 2 years ago now?
it's a lot of the same people. Correct.
Okay.
Yep. I did not know that went to before Planning Commission. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We see a lot.
You will see some changes, but we're working through some of those things, and we'll share with you once it's available.
Okay.
Cool.
Great.
Okay.
All right.
That's my report.
Then I think we're on to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is September 4th. So that means we need to wish everybody a happy Labor Day, right?
Yes.
All right. So we're all set.
All right.
Ready for adjournment? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night, too.
Demographics, his eyes look like they were.
So you get, this is our line. This is